What if the gods you thought were mere folklore were lurking in the shadows, ready to turn your understanding of reality into a charred ruin? What if Enlil, the storm god, wasn't just a character in a dusty old book, but a palpable force, still pulling strings today, wreaking havoc across a world too blind to see? Welcome to the heart of Akkadian mythology, a swirling vortex of power, blood, and ancient grudges that never truly die. Forget your sanitized bedtime stories, this is no enchanted fairy tale. Imagine a universe where divine beings are as volatile as a teenager with a new driver's license, where every whisper can ignite a cataclysm. Want a quick laugh? Try telling Marduk that his epic battle against Tiamat was just a story to scare children. He might just show you how he turned chaos into order with a flick of his divine wrist, and trust me, you don't want to be in his way when he's demonstrating his creative problem-solving skills. Picture the streets of ancient Babylon, alive with the electric buzz of intrigue. Merchants haggle, priests chant incantations, and in the corner, the hapless scribe stumbles upon a forbidden scroll, one that reveals the unspeakable truths of the gods. Secrets that would make even the most hardened skeptic quiver. Knowledge so potent that it could shatter empires or incite war among the divine. What if I told you that reading it could get you an eternity in the afterlife, or a one-way ticket to the underworld? Now imagine walking through the ziggurat, an architect's nightmare steeped in blood and ambition. Each step taken echoes with an urgency that suggests you're not just a visitor. You're prey. The air crackles with tension, the gods are watching, and the stakes are higher than a Babylonian skyscraper. One misstep, one errant glance, and you could be the next offering on the altar of Ishtar, goddess of love and war. Doesn't that tickle your curiosity? Unraveling Akkadian mythology is like peeling back layers of an onion soaked in gasoline. Each layer drips with the essence of betrayal, lust, and vengeance. The ancient texts beckon like sirens, but they sing songs of madness. Do you dare listen? What if I told you that the very fabric of your existence could be tied to the enmity between gods and men? That your nightmares might just reflect their petty squabbles? With every revelation, a new question emerges, each more tantalizing than the last. Are the gods truly immortal, or do they fear the power of mortal belief? What happens when the divine hierarchy breaks, when a god decides he's had enough of being a puppet? The answers lie in the blood-soaked pages of history, waiting for someone audacious enough to turn them. Will you be the one to confront the lurking shadows? The time has come to step into the darkness and face what lies beneath the surface of myth. Grab your torch, it's going to be a wild ride. The air hung thick with dust, a choking haze that settled in the throats of men and gods alike. A cry shattered the suffocating silence, a desperate wail, echoing through the crumbling walls of a once great city. This was Akkad, a name that would ripple through time, yet here it stood, teetering on the edge of oblivion, and in that moment, fear coiled around my heart like a serpent. I remember the sun hanging low, bleeding its orange light across the horizon, casting long, twisted shadows of hope and despair. It was in the grip of chaos that I met Sargon. Fierce and relentless, he strode through the chaos, a broken crown of thorns upon his brow, sweat glistening on his brow like the tears of a fallen god. His ambition curled like smoke around him, intoxicating yet dangerous. For Sargon, the very air thrummed with the promise of power, a power that could lift him from the ashes of his humble beginnings as a simple cupbearer to the ruler of all Mesopotamia. Yet, there lurked a fear in his heart, a gnawing anxiety that the world was built of sand, ready to slip through his fingers when he least expected it. I remember the day I first held the sword, he confessed one night, the stars above a scattered tapestry, mocking the darkness below. It was heavy, but the weight felt right. His voice trembled, reverberating with a tragic truth. But now, with each swing, I feel the ghosts of the past watching, waiting for me to falter. And there was in Hedjuana, a priestess torn between the heavens and the earth, her heart a battlefield of loyalty and longing. She stood apart, cloaked in the shadows of her own temple, whispering prayers into the void, her hands trembling as they brushed against the ancient stone. She was Sargon's sister, yet the bond strained under the weight of their ambitions. I remember the first time the sun kissed my skin, she said, her voice fragile, yet fierce. It was then I realized I was meant for more than mere shadows. But what price must I pay for that light? The priests around her chanted, their words a low hum that vibrated through her bones, a reminder of her duty. Sacrifice is the breath of power, they murmured, their eyes flickering with dark intentions. Their faces were masks of reverence and fear, teetering on the edge of madness. Enheduanna felt the pull of the divine, yet every promise whispered in her ear came with a cost, a haunting reminder that ambition could devour the soul. As Sargon forged alliances like a blacksmith at his anvil, a fire burned in the pit of his stomach, spurred by Enheduanna's ethereal presence. "We are destined to change history," he vowed, but his voice trembled with uncertainty. "Yet, the more I climb, the further I feel from the ground, from you." But their destinies intertwined like the roots of the great date palms, pulling them deeper into conflict, into a struggle that could shatter the very fabric of their bond. Each choice loomed like a thunderstorm, crackling with the electricity of impending disaster. I could sense the tension, the love laced with resentment, echoed in every word they exchanged, each glance a weighted promise of betrayal. In the distance, the city breathed, a cacophony of life and death, of laughter and lament. Children played in the dust, their faces smudged with the remnants of meals long gone, while the scent of roasted lamb wafted through the air, a cruel reminder of the pleasures that lay just beyond their reach. They bathed once a year, Enheduanna would chuckle, her laughter ringing like chimes in the wind. So yeah, romance was earthy. But beneath the surface, a tide of darkness swirled. The signs began to emerge, famine gnawed at their crops while the river Euphrates grew restless, its waters whispering of forgotten gods and lost souls. Sargon stood at the riverbank, feeling the chill of the water wrap around his ankles. What if the gods are angry, he pondered, the weight of the world pressing down upon him. Have I traded my humanity for power? With every tick of the ancient clock, time seemed to mock their ambitions, echoing through the corridors of history. Each breath became a countdown, each heartbeat a reminder that they were not infallible, flesh and blood, vulnerable and aching. I remember the nights when moonlight bled into the temple, illuminating Enheduanna as she prayed for mercy, for guidance amidst the chaos. Her heart raced as visions flickered in her mind, shadows of what was yet to come, a throne built on bones, a sister lost to ambition. In the shadows, whispers of conspiracies slithered through the marketplace, like poisonous vines creeping through the cracks of their world. Sargon seeks to conquer all, the merchants hissed, their eyes darting with fear. But ambition can be a double-edged sword. As the moon waned, the city held its breath, teetering on the brink of destruction or rebirth. The air crackled with tension, a palpable energy that curled in the corners of every eye. "I can feel it," Enheduanna murmured, gazing into the night sky, her heart pounding with the weight of her choices. The end is near, or perhaps a beginning. But can we survive the storm we've created? I felt the vortex of their struggles, the swirling emotions of hope, fear, ambition, and betrayal. My heart raced along with theirs, caught in the turmoil of their lives, lives intertwined by blood and fate, by the haunting specters of their choices. The world outside crumbled into dust, yet within these walls, dreams flickered like candle flames, tenuous yet fierce. And as dawn broke the horizon, painting the skies in hues of blood and fire, the city held its breath. The tension coiled tighter, ready to snap. Would Sargon rise, crowned with glory, or would Enheduanna's prayers echo in vain, lost in a cacophony of ambition gone awry? The darkness whispered its secrets, the pulse of history thrumming like a heartbeat, alive, electric, and impossibly real. The story of Akkad was only just beginning. The air sizzles with tension, thick and electric, as the sun bleeds out over the ancient city of Akkad. A shadow darts past the crumbling stone walls, a flicker of fear and desperation carving through the heavy silence of the evening. I remember, oh, how I remember, the haunting whispers that wrapped around me, chilling my very soul. It was a night like no other, steeped in the myths that soaked the ground beneath our feet, myths that were not simply stories but vivid, pulsing realities pressing against our hearts. Inside a dimly lit chamber, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed against the jagged walls. I found myself caught in a moment, a heart-stopping breath away from the chaos, as Lamashtu, demons who feasted on the innocent, loomed large in our minds. The fear was palpable, gnawing at our sanity. We were all at the mercy of the gods. I was nobody then, just a child with a heart full of questions, but even then, I felt the weight of their stories pressing upon me, pulling me into a world where the divine and the wretched danced in an eternal embrace. Sumerian incense lingered thick in the air, a bitter reminder of the sacrifices made for the favor of deities who could just as easily turn into our nightmares. I remember standing there, clutching the worn edges of a clay tablet, its surface rough like the harsh reality we faced. My fingers traced the cuneiform letters, the ancient word swirling with unearthly power: Inanna, goddess of love and war, blessed and cursed. Would she hear our cries? Would she respond to our pleas? Then came Ashir, the warrior god, fierce and unyielding, the embodiment of strength. He was the protector, the fierce shadow that shielded us from chaos, yet even he was not invincible. I watched as my brother, a soldier, wrestled with the burden of his faith. He wore his uncertainty like a shroud, battling demons both within and without. Every time he returned from the battlefront, the weight of loss clung to him, whispers of the fallen swirling around him like a tempest of ghosts. I watched him stare into the abyss, the flickering light of the oil lamps casting shadows of doubt across his face. What if the gods have abandoned us? He would whisper, his voice cracked and raw. What if the myths are as hollow as the tombs of our ancestors? His despair was my despair. I felt it gnaw at my insides, a visceral fear that echoed through our shared home. The stories we cherished now echoed with uncertainty, shadows creeping into the vibrant tales of creation and destruction. I remember the way Lamashtu's curse twisted in my brother's mind, the spectre of a childless life haunting him. What good is a warrior without a legacy? He would ask me, his eyes darkened by the weight of unfulfilled dreams. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the city trembled, and the air hung heavy with the promise of a storm. I could hear the distant chants, the mournful cries of supplicants begging for mercy and favor, their voices rising like smoke toward the heavens. "Beloved Marduk, protect us," they cried, the words blending into a cacophony of desperation. I could taste the salt of their tears, the bitterness of unquenched thirst as the ritual spiraled into a frenzy, a dance with deities who held our fates in their hands. I stood at the edge of the temple, watching the priests donning their ceremonial garb, faces painted with the colors of the gods. Their eyes gleamed with fervor, but behind that devotion lay the creeping dread of betrayal. I felt my heart quicken as I recalled a story told in hushed tones, a myth of a god who fell from grace, a once mighty entity reduced to a whisper in the dust. I could almost see him, cloaked in the shadows of his own creation, a reminder that even the divine could know despair. And then, in that electric moment, the air shifted. I caught a glimpse of my brother's face, a mask of determination as he stepped forward, challenging the weight of the myths that had shaped our lives. "I will not bow to fear," he declared, voice steady like the walls that had witnessed centuries of worship and sacrifice. The silence that followed was deafening, the very stones trembling beneath our feet as if the gods themselves hesitated, caught in the tug-of-war between despair and hope. Each heartbeat echoed through the night, a primal rhythm that bound us all together. We were the children of the myths, the living legacy of stories carved into the annals of time. I saw the flicker of rebellion in my brother's eyes, a spark ignited by the ancient tales we'd clung to, refusing to let them fade into oblivion. "If the gods have forsaken us, then we shall carve our own path," he cried, raising his hands to the sky, challenging the cosmos itself. The crowd surged behind him, a tide of humanity fueled by a surge of raw emotion, a roar of defiance that filled the air like thunder. I felt it wash over me, a wave of power that surged through our veins. The myths were alive, breathing through us, grounding us in the soil of Akkad even as we strained against the weight of the divine. We were not just mere mortals, we were the echoes of the past, woven into the fabric of existence, defiant against the darkness that threatened to consume us. With every heartbeat, the tension escalated, a palpable energy crackling in the air as our voices rose in unison, weaving a tapestry of rebellion that would echo through the ages. I remember the way the night embraced us, wrapping us in an eerie silence heavy with unspoken promises. The clash of myth and reality hung suspended, a battle between fate and free will that would define our existence. And as we stood there, united beneath the shadow of the gods, I felt the weight of every story, every heartache, every whispered prayer pulse through me. The myths were not just tales of the past, they were living, breathing entities that danced around us, urging us to take our place in the eternal narrative of humanity. What would we become? Would we be the architects of our own fate, or mere puppets in a divine play? In that moment of uncertainty, time stretched infinitely, a cosmic heartbeat echoing through the void. I felt the walls of the temple pulse with ancient energy, the gods watching from their celestial thrones, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The confrontation was inevitable, the clash of our hearts against the weight of the cosmos, a dance as old as time itself, an embrace of both fear and exhilaration. And in that haunting silence, the echoes of our ancestors whispered through the night, a reminder that the myths of Akkad were not mere stories, they were the lifeblood of our existence, a connection between the past and the future, a testament to the indomitable human spirit. In the trembling heart of a night so black it felt like the universe had exhaled, she stood on the precipice, the air thick with an unspeakable weight. Meris shuddered, each breath a whisper of impending doom, her eyes searching the void, straining against the darkness. She could see it, a flicker, a glimmer, a spark of something ancient and terrible, writhing just beneath the surface of the stillness. It called to her, a siren song of chaos and creation that echoed deep within her marrow, tapping into a primal fear that clung to her soul like smoke. I remember, she whispered, the words escaping her lips like a prayer, a confession, a trembling vow. I remember the night the stars fell. They had rained down like fiery tears, igniting the sky, and with every flash, she saw the faces of the lost, those who had been swallowed by shadows, leaving only echoes in the void. Her brother, once a buoyant dreamer, now just a ghost in the recesses of her mind, taunted her with memories of laughter. You were supposed to protect me, Meris, his voice hissed through the silence, twisting like a blade in her heart. In the distance, the ground quaked as if the world itself were crying out in agony. Beside her, Lorien stood, his fists clenched so tight that his knuckles blanched, veins threatening to burst. He was a man torn between duty and despair, caught in the web of his own fragile hope. They're coming, he whispered, dread lacing his tone, swallowing the air between them. The shadows, they're coming. He had always been her anchor, yet tonight, in the face of the impending storm, he felt like a drifting leaf, helpless against the torrent. I can't lose you too, Meris breathed, her voice a mere tremor, a thread trying to hold together the tapestry of her fractured world. Memories of their childhood danced in her mind, laughter echoing in the chambers of forgotten dreams. We can still fight, Lorien. We have to believe there's light somewhere in this darkness. But doubt gnawed at her, sharp and unforgiving, as the shadows loomed closer, shifting like malevolent phantoms. They stood together, two souls intertwined, trembling against the vastness of what lay ahead. Each heartbeat resonated in the silence, a countdown, a reminder of the fragility of existence. Meris felt the weight of time pressing on her chest, an ancient clock ticking, each second a reminder that the universe was a cruel mistress, indifferent to their plight. I remember, she murmured again, searching for comfort in the past, the stories of creation, of light breaking through the chaos. But those stories felt like dust now, mere whispers against the maelstrom gathering in the distance. The ground beneath them rippled with a raw energy, a pulse that seemed to synchronize with her racing heart, a taunt from the cosmos itself. Glimmers of light flickered in the distance, tiny stars, bright yet fleeting, as if the universe was winking at her, daring her to challenge its dominion. Look! Lorien's voice cracked, raw with urgency. There! He pointed, and in that moment, Meris's heart stopped. A chasm in the darkness yawned open, a maw of swirling vortexes, colors bleeding into one another like spilled ink, consuming everything in its path. The very fabric of reality trembled, and she could taste the metallic tang of fear on her tongue. As the shadows crept closer, she felt her resolve harden. We can't let them take us, take anyone else, she shouted, her voice rising against the cacophony of the impending storm. Stepping forward, the abyss stared back, daring her to leap into its depths. We are not just fleeting dust. We are the remnants of stars. The universe birthed us, and it will not swallow us whole. Her defiance ignited something deep within Lorien. He stepped beside her, eyes aflame with a fierce determination that seemed to eclipse the gloom. If we are to be consumed, let it be fighting, he declared, his voice a roar against the shadows. They stood shoulder to shoulder, hearts pounding, embers of hope flickering against the encroaching night. Around them, the air thickened, charged with the electricity of impending creation and destruction. Meris could feel the universe's breath, hot, cold, electric, surging through her veins, igniting a fire in her chest. "I remember the stories of the ancients," she murmured, threading her fingers through Lorian's, their hands clasped like a lifeline in the suffocating dark. "They say creation was born from chaos, from the very heart of despair. If we are to face this darkness, then let us be the spark." And just as the shadows encircled them, something extraordinary happened. The ground quaked violently, and the sky split open, a torrent of swirling colors erupting forth like a cosmic storm unleashed. A blinding light burst from the chasm, flooding the world with an incandescent glow that pierced through the veil of darkness. In that moment, the shadows recoiled, a whisper of fear fluttering through the air. Meris felt the heat wash over her, wrapping her in a cocoon of possibility. "This is it," she gasped, the realization igniting her spirit. The birth of something new. She could sense it, the universe was shifting, pulsating with raw energy, each beat a birth cry echoing through the abyss. Lorian nodded, his eyes reflecting the brilliance that erupted around them. "We are not alone," he said fiercely, as tendrils of light reached out to them, wrapping around their bodies like a protective embrace. "The universe is alive, and it remembers us." But as they both stood at the precipice of existence, the shadows writhed, coiling tighter, a reminder that creation and destruction were two sides of the same coin. The confrontation was only beginning, a dance between light and dark that would define the very fabric of their beings and the world around them. The air crackled with tension, a promise of the battles that lay ahead, as they were thrust into the infinite chaos of rebirth. "I remember," Meris whispered again, her heart racing, skin prickling with the electricity of the cosmos. "I remember the legends." And with that, they stepped forward, arms raised against the darkness, igniting their own flame amidst the shadows, ready to face whatever the universe would demand of them. Lightning crackled across the obsidian sky, illuminating the silhouette of a figure standing atop the jagged cliffs. A storm brewed, both in the heavens and within her. Ninsun, high priestess and keeper of law, clutched the edge of the stone altar. The weight of the world pressed on her shoulders, a palpable burden that twisted her gut into knots. She whispered the names of the elder gods, her own voice swallowed by the roar of the wind, a plea laced with desperation. "Anu, hear me." Anu, but the skies remained indifferent. Above her, the heavens churned ominously, a reminder of Anu's unyielding power. The sky god, the divine sovereign, sat enthroned among the clouds, an ethereal being whose presence was both a blessing and a curse. Ninsun closed her eyes, seeking comfort in the memories of simpler days, her mother's laughter, the scent of baked bread wafting through their modest home. A childhood of dreams now shattered by the weight of prophecy and impending doom. "To be chosen is to suffer," she murmured, her heart echoing the truth she had long resisted. To be a priestess of Anu meant existing in a constant state of fear, a fear of the gods' wrath, a fear of cosmic indifference. The land below trembled, crops withered under the drought, and the cries of the people haunted her thoughts like ghosts. Ninsun was trapped between the divine and the earthly, her own desires tangled in the web of fate. This evening, all pleas fell silent as the first thunderclap shattered the stillness. It felt like a judgment, the sky roaring its discontent. Ninsun opened her eyes, her gaze piercing through the swirling shadows. She saw the figure of a man emerging from the dark, his silhouette jagged and fierce. It was Lugalbanda, a warrior with a heart full of rage. His fierce loyalty to her ignited a complex dance of emotions within her, a passion tinged with fear, a love that could easily turn into despair. "Anu has forsaken us," he shouted, his voice breaking through the tempest like steel against stone. He approached her, rain-soaked and wild-eyed, a storm in his own right. "We must act, Ninsun. We cannot wait for the gods to rescue us from this abyss." Ninsun felt her heart race, each beat a drum heralding chaos. She wanted to scream, to throttle him for his reckless bravado. But deep down, she understood his pain, she felt it in her bones. "What do you propose?" she asked, her voice almost lost to the wind. "To challenge a god? You know what happened to those who dared defy Anu. We would not survive." His fierce gaze softened, a flicker of vulnerability breaking through the storm. "And what of the people? They are dying, Ninsun." Would you have them perish quietly while we stand by, shackled by fear?" The weight of those words hung between them like a thin strand ready to snap. She remembered the faces of the children, their innocent eyes filled with hunger, their laughter silenced by despair. It twisted her heart like a dagger, each memory a ghost pressing against her chest. "And what if we fail?" she whispered, the tremor in her voice betraying her thoughts. "What if we awaken a wrath greater than we can imagine?" But Lugalbanda grasped her shoulders, as though trying to anchor her to the moment. What is life without risk? What is love if it cannot challenge the darkness? If Anu exists, then he must listen to our cries. A silence enveloped them, heavy and suffocating, as if the world held its breath, waiting for a decision. Ninsen stared into his eyes, searching for the man she had known, the one who dared to dream, who dared to hope, even when the world seemed painted in shades of despair. She saw the flicker of fear reflected back at her, and it struck her like a lightning bolt. They were two souls intertwined in a cosmic struggle, a fragile dance between divinity and mortality. She wanted to believe, to trust in something greater than themselves. But the memories of the past lingered like shadows, and she thought of her mother's final words before she succumbed to the plague. "Do not anger the gods, my child. We are but mere mortals." Yet here, in this moment, standing on the precipice of fate, Ninsen felt the stirring of rebellion to whisper against the chains of destiny. She took a shuddering breath, the air thick with tension, the storm above reflecting the tempest within her. "We will confront Anu," she declared, her voice surging with newfound strength. "But we do it together. If we are to challenge the sky, we must do it united." Lugalbanda's eyes widened, a spark igniting in them. Together, they would become the embodiment of their people's hopes and fears, a tempest bound for confrontation. But as they turned toward the horizon, the clouds began to swirl mysteriously, a harbinger of the conflict yet to unfold. Within those swirling depths, a shadow loomed, a reminder that the wrath of Anu would not be so easily quelled. She felt the air grow heavier, thick with the promise of downfall. It was a warning, and yet it filled her with a bitter thrill. To defy the divine? What a foolish, intoxicating notion. The shadows whispered, swirling around them like dark tendrils, and Ninsen could not shake the feeling that they were stepping into a grand tale, one written in the stars, one that would echo through eternity. As she and Lugalbanda prepared to ascend to the heavens, her heart thundered against her ribcage, a wild rhythm that intermingled with the storm. She gazed back at the land that had borne her, the faces of her people etched in her memory. The struggle for their souls was about to begin, but even as she felt the weight of the divine upon them, a flicker of hope ignited in her chest. Anu would listen. He had to. The storm raged on, but she no longer feared the dark. In this haunting moment, they became a beacon of rebellion, a spark of humanity defying the immensity of the cosmos. And as they vanished into the storm, thunder shook the earth below, a reminder that the sky was watching. In the depths of that swirling chaos, destiny awaited. The wind howled, a mournful wail that pierced through the night like a knife through flesh. Each gust carried with it the weight of 1,000 souls, lost and longing, swirling around the ancient city like whispers of forgotten dreams. Somewhere in the shadows, beneath the pallid moonlight, the earth trembled, an ominous heartbeat, signaling a storm that was both physical and metaphysical, a reckoning born of grief and rage. I remember the moment vividly, the way the air crackled with tension, as if the heavens themselves held their breath. I, Aline, stood frozen in the heart of the chaos, my gaze locked on the distant horizon where dark clouds converged, swirling like a tempest of emotions. My heart raced, a chaotic drumbeat in my chest, echoing the fear that gripped the city. "This is it," I whispered to myself, though the words felt like a promise I had no right to make. And then there was Kale, my brother, his eyes wild with a fury that mirrored the storm above. He was a tempest trapped in a fragile frame, a juxtaposition of hope and despair. "We can't let him take it from us." His voice cut through the wind like a blade, sharp and unwavering. The ground shuddered beneath our feet, a primal response to his defiance. I could see it in his clenched fists, the way they trembled, not from fear, but from the raw, unyielding desire to stand against the malevolent force that was Enlil, the god of wind and earth. I remembered our childhood tales, whispered in the stillness of night, stories about Enlil, a deity who could forge the very fabric of existence with a mere breath. But those tales had crumbled into myths as we grew, now only dust scattered in the corners of our memories. Facing him felt like confronting a ghost, a specter that haunted our dreams. I could sense his presence, heavy and oppressive, as if the very air thickened with his rage and grief. "Kale, wait!" I implored, my voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the howling winds. But he was already moving, a reckless comet hurtling toward the darkness. I followed, heart pounding, fear mingling with an inexplicable thrill. The storm raged, and so did we. The landscape morphed around us, ancient trees bending to the will of the wind, their gnarled branches reaching like desperate fingers trying to grasp at something intangible. The whispers in the air turned into screams as we drew closer to the epicenter of the chaos, where Enlil's fury unleashed itself. I caught a glimpse of his silhouette, a figure shrouded in swirling shadows, his eyes glowing like molten gold, bright, blinding, and full of an ancient sorrow that had twisted into wrath. "Why do you fight?" he bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, sending vibrations through the earth. "You are merely dust in my storm." A chill raced down my spine. I remembered the stories, the lessons etched into my soul about power and vulnerability, about the futility of resisting a force so vast. Yet, there was Kale, standing tall, arms outstretched as if to embrace the chaos. "Because we are not just dust. We are alive." His defiance sparked something deep within me. Wasn't this what we had always fought for? The right to exist in defiance of the shadows? The right to breathe, to love, to feel the ache of the world in our bones. I took a step forward, my spirit ignited by his unyielding courage. "Enlil!" I screamed, desperation propelling my words forward, slicing through the cacophony. "You think you can take everything from us? You think fear will bend us to your will?" I never knew I could shout like that, with such conviction. It was as if the wind itself carried my voice, intertwining it with the storm. The ground trembled more violently now, and I felt the pulse of something ancient beneath my feet. It was alive. It was angry. "It is my right!" Enlil roared, and with a wave of his hand, a gust of wind surged forward, a monstrous tide sent to obliterate us. I braced myself, my heart hammering, realizing in that moment the fragility of our existence. But it was a fleeting thought, drowned in the overwhelming tide of emotion that surged within me. I remembered all the moments that led us here, the laughter shared beneath the towering trees, the stories spun late into the night, our dreams woven together as tightly as the roots beneath the ground. Kale stood firm, his silhouette a stark contrast against the raging storm. "You do not own our dreams," he shouted, and I felt the power in his words, resonating in my bones. "They are ours, forged in the fire of our hearts." Time felt distorted, stretching and contracting as if the universe itself held its breath. The wind howled around us, a chorus of despair and defiance, while the earth trembled beneath the weight of our emotions. I could almost see the threads of fate intertwining, weaving a tapestry of chaos and hope, a surreal landscape where the impossible danced with the inevitable. And then, with a flicker of his wrist, Enlil summoned the ground itself, the earth trembling with his rage. "You will bow before me," he thundered, and the world seemed to hold its breath, a moment suspended in time, where the weight of our defiance collided with the force of ancient power. But in that heartbeat, something shifted. I felt the ground beneath me pulse, alive, a responsive entity, as if it recognized our struggle. I grasped Kale's hand, and together, we stood defiant against the storm, hearts entwined in a single purpose. Together, I breathed, and the word hung in the air like a fragile promise, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. In that unity, I could feel the cosmos stirring, stars aligning in some cosmic dance of chaos and creation. And as the winds howled, as shadows twisted and turned, I understood, a truth as old as time itself, the struggle against the storm is not just to withstand it, but to redefine the shadows that loom over us. The air crackled with energy, and as I stood there, lost in the tumult of emotions, I knew this was just the beginning. The confrontation was far from over, and as the storm raged, it drew us all into its clutches, each heartbeat a whisper, each breath a promise that the struggle for existence would echo long after the wind subsided. The air hung thick, almost suffocating, with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The moon cast its silver rays over the desolate landscape, illuminating the jagged edges of despair etched into the faces of those who stood at the water's edge. I felt the cold stones beneath my feet, grounding me in that moment, the moment when everything would change. "Enki, help us!" The voice was a scream wrapped in desperation, a cry that pierced the night, echoing off the ancient stones, reverberating through the very marrow of my bones. We were suffocating, drowning in uncertainty. The river, once a lifeline, now roared like a beast agitated by unseen forces. I could see her, Toma, the shamaness, her haunting eyes wide with terror as she gripped the talisman, her heart racing against the backdrop of chaos. "The water is poisoned," she whispered, a tremor in her voice that betrayed her usual strength. "It's taking the village. It's taking us." The frigid current swirled around her ankles, whispering promises of death and despair. I wanted to reach for her, to pull her back from the abyss, but fear rooted me to the spot, paralyzing my limbs. Beside her stood Kavi, his hand shaking as he clutched a fishing net. Once a source of hope, those tangled fibers now felt like the chains of our own making, binding him to a fate he didn't choose. "We need to call upon Enki," he insisted, his voice a mixture of determination and fear, a tightrope walk over a chasm of uncertainty. "If we don't, we'll lose everything." The conflict etched in his brow mirrored my own. I wanted to believe, I wanted to summon the ancient deity of wisdom and fresh water. But doubt, dark and insidious, crept in, wrapping its fingers around my heart. "I remember when the river was our friend," I said, surprising myself with the rawness of my voice. "I remember when it nurtured our crops. When laughter floated on the breeze, mingling with the sound of rushing water. Those memories felt like ghosts, fleeting shadows that danced just out of reach, mocking the present." The river roared again, and I could hear the cries of the village, a haunting chorus that underscored our impending doom. "Enki, the god of fresh water, where are you?" Toma's voice grew louder, more desperate. "Your children are dying." The weight of her plea hung in the air, heavy and unyielding. Every heartbeat echoed like a drum, each pulse a reminder of what we stood to lose. I recalled the tales of Enki, the trickster, the wise one who walked among mortals, who brought life and laughter with a flick of his wrist. But where was he now? Was he watching us from the shadows, or had he turned his back, disgusted by our recklessness? The moonlight shimmered on the surface, but beneath its silvery skin, something dark lurked, ready to swallow us whole. Kavi's hand trembled, and I saw the net slipping from his fingers, a tangible representation of our waning hope. What if we're not worthy? His eyes, once bright, were now dimmed by fear. The line between faith and despair blurred, and I felt the tide of hopelessness tugging at my own heart. What if Enki has abandoned us? No! I shouted, more to myself than to him, my voice cracking like the earth beneath us. We can't think like that. We need to believe. In that moment, I felt the weight of my own doubt, the fear of failure pressing down, suffocating me. The water lapped at my ankles, a cold reminder that time was slipping away. The world was a blur of sound, desperation, loss, the whispers of ancient spirits. Toma stepped forward, her voice steadying, a lifeline in the storm. "Enki hears us," she said, her eyes blazing with fervor. "He hears the cries of the land, the cries of the river. We must show him our sorrow, our pain. Only then can we find redemption." Her words wrapped around us, fierce and unwavering, igniting a spark within the swirling shadows of despair. I glanced at Kavi, his face a mask of uncertainty. But how? The word hung heavy, saturated with the weight of our shared fears. The river continued to rage, a cacophony of fury that drowned out hope, yet within that chaos, something stirred. The essence of our desperation could become our strength, a bridge to the God who had once blessed us. "Let us offer him something," Toma urged, her voice growing stronger as the wind whipped around us. "We will give him our voices, our memories. We will show him the beauty we once knew." I felt a rush of warmth surging through me, a flicker of courage igniting in my chest. "I remember," I began, letting the memory spill forth, each word a thread weaving a tapestry of who we were. I remember the laughter by the riverside, the children splashing, the sun glinting off the water. Kavi joined in, his voice trembling but growing stronger. I remember the first fish I caught, the joy of sharing it with my family. Together, we began to chant, our voices rising above the chaos, merging into a symphony of longing and loss, a plea so profound it seemed to shake the very foundations of the world. The river paused, caught in our fervent embrace, as if contemplating our words, our vulnerability. The water shimmered, and for a fleeting moment, the shadows receded. I dared to hope, to believe that perhaps Enki was listening, that perhaps he still cared. But the darkness was a relentless predator, lurking just beyond the edges of our resolve, waiting for the moment we faltered. Enki, we are here, Toma cried, her voice a beacon in the storm. We are your children, and we need you. In that moment, a wave of raw emotion crashed over me, washing away the remnants of doubt. I was filled with a burning desire, no, a need, to fight for our survival, to reclaim the water that had once nurtured our lives. We stood at the precipice, our hearts pounding in unison, each beat a testament to our shared existence, our intertwined fates. The river roared, but we roared louder, a primal scream that echoed through the night, calling forth the God who held our lives in his hands. The silence that followed was deafening, pregnant with possibility, as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting. We could not turn back now. We were bound together, fragile yet fierce, navigating the storm that threatened to consume us whole. And so we called, our voices rising and falling like the tide, a desperate hymn of hope and fear woven into a singular moment that neither time nor water could erase. In that haunting silence, I felt the ground shift beneath my feet. The river was listening. The god of fresh water and wisdom was near, and we were ready to confront him, the very essence of our being hanging in the balance. In the dark, something stirred. A presence. A whisper coiled around us, promising change and peril alike. With each breath, the air thickened with anticipation, an electric charge that held the promise of salvation, or doom. Would we emerge from this night unscathed? The answer lay just beyond the surface, waiting to be revealed. In the heart of the city, beneath a seething sky crackling with the tension of an unspoken storm, I felt it, the pulse of the earth, throbbing like a drum, vibrating through the soles of my feet. The air was thick, heavy with a sweetness that twisted my stomach, each breath a reminder of what was lost and what was yet to be gained. I stood there, caught between the temple and the battlefield, and I could almost hear Inanna's whispered promise, love and war are two sides of the same coin. I remember the way the sun sank behind the jagged horizon, painting everything in hues of blood and gold. Shadows danced as if alive, fluttering and curling around me. The streets were alive, throbbing with people's hopes and fears, yet there I was, an island amidst the tumult. My heart thundered in my chest, a drumbeat of chaos echoing the unrest in the air. I was not alone, though. My sister, Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, lurked in the corners of my mind, a haunting spectre. She was my shadow, my darkness, she held the other half of the divine balance, each of us vying for dominance in a world that didn't know how to hold both love and war. I remember her, once radiant and fierce, now shrouded in the mists of bitterness and betrayal. Ereshkigal wore her pain like armor, a crown of thorns that dug into her skin with every step. Her laughter had once been the sound of sunlight breaking through clouds, but now it was a dagger, sharp and unforgiving. She had been there in the moments of vulnerability, in my dreams, painting the night with her sorrows. "Why must you play with fire?" she would whisper, her voice slithering through my thoughts. "You'll get burned. You already have." And there I stood, a battlefield of emotions raging within me. I could feel the familiar pull of love, a warm embrace that promised safety, while the other side, the storm of war, roared like a hungry beast, demanding to be fed. I felt torn, and that tension was a knife blade lodged in my chest. My heart teetered on the edge, a teeter-totter of desires that threatened to break beneath the weight of its own contradictions. Inanna, the goddess of love and war, was a tapestry woven with threads of passion and fury. I recalled the moonlit night spent tracing lines in the sand, creating shapes and figures. We must be both, I'd argue with the stars. We can't choose one over the other. They are intertwined. But what did the stars know? They twinkled from a distance, oblivious to the blood that stained the ground, to the pleas of lovers torn apart by the spectre of conflict. And then there was Gilgamesh, my friend, my rival, and my heart's tempest. He was the sun, fierce and intoxicating, but also a wildfire that threatened to consume everything in its path. You think you can wield love and war, he challenged, a shadow stretching across my thoughts. He had the eyes of a conqueror, burning with ambition, and every time he spoke, it was like a drumbeat summoning the warriors of the past. You'll have to choose, Inanna. Hearts don't beat for both at once. Oh, how I wanted to scream at him, to shake him until he understood that love was as fierce as war, that the heart was a battlefield, scarred yet alive. I wanted to tell him about the nights spent in the arms of strangers, the way their whispers curled around me like smoke, igniting something deep within. I wanted him to know that love could tear through the fabric of existence in the same way that war could. But how could I explain the depths of my soul, the chaos that raged like a tempest? As the sun dipped lower, the city began to shift, shadows stretching longer and darker. There was a sense of foreboding in the air, an electric charge that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. The whispers of the ancients echoed around me, their voices mingling with the cries of the forgotten. The past is never truly past, they warned. It lurks in every corner, waiting to ensnare the unwary. And then it happened, a sound, a sharp screech that sliced through the tension like a knife. A cry for help, raw and visceral. I turned, heart racing, eyes wide, and there, two figures, locked in combat, the air alive with the clash of metal and the cries of the wounded. In that moment, time distorted, and I was both the observer and the participant. I felt the adrenaline surge, the intoxicating thrill of impending chaos. Ereshkigal, shrouded in the swirling mist of her vengeance, stood poised, a spectre of grief wielding a blade forged from rage. Her eyes were fierce, a storm gathering on the horizon. And there was Gilgamesh, the embodiment of ambition, charging forward, oblivious to the emotional maelstrom. Inanna, he shouted, a plea, a command, his voice breaking through the chaos. Do not choose. But I was already lost in the fray, caught in a dance of love and war, my heart a battlefield. I could feel it then, the tide of emotion crashing over me, a wave of sorrow, a swell of anger, and the faintest glimmer of hope. Choose, I whispered to myself, the words hanging heavy in the air like a ghost. Choose. And the world spun on, the storm of love and war swirling around me, a relentless tide threatening to swallow me whole. I stood on the precipice, caught in that moment, where the echoes of the past collided with the promise of the future. The line between love and war blurred into an unrecognizable haze, and as the shadows deepened, I realized I was both the goddess and the victim, entwined in a fate that even the stars could not predict. In the distance, the city pulsed with life, the cries of its denizens wrapping around me like a shroud. And in that moment, I understood, to love fiercely was to wage war, and to fight was to hold the tenderest of hearts. I could not escape the pull of either, they were irrevocably intertwined, and the night was only just beginning. The air is thick with something unnameable as I stand at the edge of the underworld. A tremor runs through me, and I can almost hear the heartbeat of the earth beneath my feet, pulsing a warning. The sky, once a vibrant blue, is veiled by a shroud of grey, and the sun, once my confidant, now hides its face, leaving me in shadows too deep to penetrate. I am Inanna, but here, I am nothing. Just a woman shivering before an abyss that wants to swallow me whole. I remember the laughter, the joyous rebellion among the stars, the twinkling lights that promised eternity. But that laughter has turned to whispers, and those stars, my companions, now flicker uncertainly, like candles in a storm. I am not just descending into the underworld, I am plunging into the labyrinth of my own soul, where the ghosts of my past linger like smoke, damp and suffocating. Why are you here? The voice is gravelly, a crack in the earth that knows too much. It belongs to Ereshkigal, my sister, the keeper of the underworld. There is no embrace, no sisterly warmth between us, just the iciness of betrayal. I had come to prove my power, to seize what was never meant to be mine. But the weight of my arrogance presses down, each step into her realm a nail in the coffin of my pride. I remember when I laughed at the darkness. How foolish it seems now, that I thought I could challenge the very fabric of the cosmos. My heart, my defiant heart, beats a frantic rhythm as I step deeper into the shadows. The air turns heavy, thick with the scent of decay. I can feel it clinging to my skin, a reminder that life and death are just two sides of the same coin. And I am here to gamble. Ereshkigal stands before me, her eyes pools of midnight. You think you can take from me? You think you can waltz in and out as you please? Her voice slices through the silence, harsh and relentless. I see myself reflected in her gaze, a reflection that whispers of ambition gone awry, of dreams turned to nightmares. I seek the throne of the underworld, I assert, my voice quaking, betraying the tremor in my soul. But already, doubt creeps in like an unwelcome guest. This isn't just about power, it's about facing the parts of myself I'd rather forget, the shadows lurking just beyond the light. Power? You're unworthy, she retorts, and my heart falters. In that moment, beneath the weight of her disdain, I am transported back to my youth, sitting under the stars, weaving dreams of conquest, believing I was invincible. But the truth is, I am just a girl, desperate to feel important, terrified of being forgotten. Behind Ereshkigal, the underworld stretches, a chasm filled with echoes of sorrow. Souls drift like wisps of fog, their yearning palpable, their stories lost to the darkness. I see one, a man, once vibrant, now faded. He reaches out, fingers trembling, eyes pleading. I can't look away. Help me, he whispers, his voice a mere breath. I was once someone. I loved, I lived. The rawness of his plea pierces me, a reminder of all that I am, flesh and bone, light and darkness, dreams and regrets. I want to save him, but can I even save myself? Look at them, Ereshkigal continues, her voice like steel. These lost souls, they too sought power. They thought they could outrun the inevitable. You're not special, Inanna. You're just another broken dreamer. Her words sting, and I feel the weight of my history pressing down on me. I think of my lover, Muji, whose laughter used to fill my heart with joy. Now, I wonder if I'll ever see him again. The thought is a dagger, twisting deeper with every heartbeat. Would he even recognize me if I return? Or would I be just another ghost, another fading star in a universe that moves on without me? Why do you care for those lost? Ereshkigal's eyes narrow, suspicion etched into her features. Do you not remember? They abandoned you too. I remember. I remember the nights spent longing, the dreams turned to ashes. I remember the emptiness that followed me, a shadow clinging to my heels, whispering lies. I remember the moment I chose ambition over love, the moment I thought I could rise above it all, only to find myself trapped in a realm of despair. I am not afraid of you, I challenge, my voice barely a whisper, yet it carries. I will find my way back, and I will take what is mine. Then you will pay the price, she replies, and the air shifts, heavy with foreboding. With those words, the darkness swells, wrapping around me like a serpent, tightening its grip. Every heartbeat becomes a countdown to my undoing. I feel the walls closing in. I want to scream, to fight against the suffocating weight of my choices, but the shadows whisper sweet nothings in my ear, promising salvation if only I submit. I see their faces, lost souls, dreamers, broken hearts. They are me. They are my past. They are every choice I have ever made. Help them, I plead, my voice cracking. Let me save them. Ereshkigal's laughter echoes, chilling the very marrow of my bones. You wish to save others when you cannot even save yourself? Delusion is a beautiful lie, dear sister. I want to scream back, to argue, but her words wrap around me, cocooning me in despair. A shrouded figure looms closer, a reminder that the underworld is not just a place but a labyrinth of every sin I've committed, every love I've lost. I am trapped, ensnared in a web of my own making, and no amount of defiance can cut me free. I will not be consumed, I whisper, a challenge laced with desperation. But I can feel the trembling ground beneath me, the pulse of ancient power coursing through the darkness around me. I sense it more than see it, an inevitable confrontation, a reckoning that I cannot escape. And in that moment, As shadows swirl and the air grows thick, I realize that to descend into darkness is not merely to confront fear, it is to confront myself. The chilling truth unfurls within me, and I brace for the storm, knowing that the real battle lies ahead. So I stand, a flickering flame against the void, ready to embrace the chaos. I will face Ereshkigal, I will face my past, and in this eternal moment of despair, I will find my strength, however fleeting it may be. With every heartbeat, every breath, I dive deeper into the abyss, a soul yearning to reclaim what was lost, aware that the true descent has only just begun. Thunder rumbled through the sky, the air thick with foreboding, a prelude to chaos. Gilgamesh stood at the edge of his city, Uruk, a silhouette against the tempest. His heart thundered in sync with the storm, every beat a reminder of his mortality. He was 2/3 divine, 1/3 human, but at this moment, he felt flesh and bone, raw and exposed. I remember the shadows of the city, long and dark, twisting like the doubts that coiled around my mind. The walls of Uruk loomed high, their ancient stones whispering secrets of glory long gone. And there he was, Enkidu, his wild friend, the man mold from clay and breathed to life by the gods, standing beside him. Together, they had fought beasts, defied the heavens, and tasted adventure, yet the weight of loss loomed heavier than any monster they had slain. I remember the silence that hung between them, thick enough to choke. Enkidu's eyes, once bright with the fire of friendship, now held a flicker of something darker, an unspoken fear. They stood there, bracing against the storm, but the true tempest raged within their hearts, a battle against fate, against the very essence of life and death. Why do the gods punish us? Enkidu's voice trembled, raw with emotion. A question that gnawed at the core of existence. They had tasted glory, yes, but it came at a price, an unyielding reminder of their fragility. I felt the air crackle with the weight of his words, heavy with the despair that clawed at their souls. Gilgamesh turned away, his fists clenched, the storm reflecting the turmoil within. "We are kings. We will not be forgotten." His voice boomed, defiant. But the truth hung like a ghost in the air, a truth he could not outrun. The echoes of their past adventures played like a haunting melody, each note sharper than the last. The defeat of Humbaba, the bull of heaven, it all seemed meaningless now, shadows in the face of death. I remember the day Enkidu fell ill, the laughter drained from his face, replaced by a haunting pallor. It was a slow unraveling, a creeping sense of dread that clawed at Gilgamesh's heart. The gods' laughter echoed in his mind, mocking his every step. The moment of realization struck like lightning, a fierce, blinding flash that left him reeling. Is this how it ends? His voice cracked, desperation oozing from every syllable. I stood witness to the raw, visceral pain etched on his face. Enkidu, his brother in arms, lay sprawled upon the ground, shadows of mortality creeping closer, and Gilgamesh felt himself splintering under the weight of it all. "I will not accept this. Not like this." The words poured from Gilgamesh's mouth, a flood of anguish. He felt the universe shift around him, the cosmos swirling as if mocking his resolve. He had challenged gods and monsters, but this was an enemy that could not be vanquished. The night was heavy with unfulfilled dreams, a relentless reminder that time was slipping away like grains of sand. I remember the stars, each one a distant memory, a reminder of what once was and what could never be again. They twinkled coldly, indifferent to the human plight, as Gilgamesh made his vow, a fierce promise that echoed through the ages, to seek immortality, to defy the very nature of existence. He wandered into the wilderness, a desperate man consumed by grief. I felt the air grow thin, felt the weight of his loneliness pressing down like a shroud. In his quest, he faced the monstrous scorpion men, guardians of the mountain of Marshu. They were grotesque, with eyes like burning coals, demanding to know why he sought the forbidden. "I seek to pluck the fruit of eternity," he roared, his voice tinged with madness. The shadows danced around him, twirling with his desperation. The scorpion men laughed, a chilling sound that echoed in the canyon of his heart. "Foolish mortal! Eternity is not for the living." I remember how fear clutched at my throat, how every heartbeat surged with the intensity of his struggle. But Gilgamesh pressed on, driven by a primal terror that gnawed at his very soul. The desert wind howled like a banshee, each gust taunting him with whispers of futility. He encountered Utnapishtim, the immortal. The man who had survived the Great Flood, who bore the weight of eternal knowledge. What is the secret? Gilgamesh implored, desperation lacing his voice. Tell me how to escape this fate. Utnapishtim gazed at him with eyes like twin abysses, deep and infinite. The secret is not for you, young king. Immortality comes at a price you cannot bear. The words hung heavy in the air, thick with the somber reality of existence. I felt the ground shift beneath them, felt Gilgamesh's heart shatter as the truth settled in. His quest, once vibrant with hope, became a haunting echo of despair. The realization struck him like a dagger: he would never escape the grasp of mortality. And yet, even in that despair, something flickered. A fragile thread of humanity, a reminder that to live fully is to embrace the fleeting moments. Love, loss, laughter, and the pain that makes us real. The weight of sorrow and joy intertwined, creating a tapestry of existence that no one could erase. In the final confrontation with destiny, I watched as Gilgamesh returned to Uruk, the city of his youth. The walls, once a symbol of his despair, now stood as a testament to his journey. He saw the beauty in life's impermanence, the delicate dance between joy and sorrow. I remember his gaze, a blend of acceptance and fierce love for his people. I may not conquer death, but I will leave my mark. He stood tall, a king reborn, ready to embrace the moments that define us. The air crackled with the intensity of his resolve, a raw, electric tension that echoed through the ages. The pulse of the story quickens, a heartbeat that resonates across time. The journey does not end here, for life continues to pulse like the storm on the horizon. The themes of friendship, mortality, and the quest for meaning wrap around you, pulling you deeper into the fabric of existence. The shadows whisper secrets, the stars hold memories, and the echoes of Gilgamesh's heart reverberate through the ages, a timeless reminder that to live is to love, to lose, and to rise again. The air crackled with the tension of impending storms, lightning flickering like a warning in the distance. The city of Uruk pulsed beneath a sky thick with the scent of rain and the promise of violence. I stood there, heart hammering, as shadows danced across the cobblestones, echoes of what was, whispers of what could be. I remember the shouts, the chaos that had erupted like a wild beast unleashed. I remember the blood, warm and vivid, staining the earth where dreams once flourished. In that moment, I felt her presence, a ghostly figure cloaked in beauty and danger. Ishtar. The embodiment of desire, her laughter echoed in the hollow spaces of my soul, wrapping around my heart like a vine, pulling me closer even as dread gnawed at my insides. She was the light and the shadow, the promise of ecstasy mingled with the threat of destruction, and I was ensnared, caught between yearning and terror. Beside me, Enkidu, a fierce warrior with eyes like molten gold, clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms taut with the tension of unshed rage. He had loved Ishtar once, their connection had burned like a supernova, but now it had turned to ash, a smoldering memory tainted by betrayal. I could see the storm brewing within him, threatening to spill forth at any moment. "Do you think she cares?" he spat, voice low and venomous. "She plays with hearts like children with dolls. When she's done, we're left just as broken." I wanted to reach out, to soothe him, but the words caught in my throat, heavy with my own disillusionment. I had a history with Ishtar too, a history that felt like a series of nightmares wrapped around fleeting dreams. I remember the way she'd looked at me once, eyes glimmering with mischief, how she'd made me feel alive, invincible. But that was before the darkness enveloped us both. Now, I was just another pawn in her game, a heart she toyed with, and I despised myself for still longing for her touch. In the midst of our turmoil, the ground shook, a tremor that rattled the very foundation of Uruk. "She's coming," I murmured, a chill creeping up my spine. The villagers scattered, voices rising in a cacophony of terror. The shadows twisted and shifted, coalescing into something more than just darkness. It felt like the very essence of Ishtar herself, alive and ravenous. We stood on the precipice of an abyss, and the weight of our emotions bore down on us like a suffocating shroud. And then she appeared, radiant and perilous, stepping into the flickering light of torches. Ishtar wore her beauty like armor, a crown of stars woven into her hair, a dress that shimmered like the surface of a restless sea. Desire hung in the air around her, intoxicating and bittersweet. I saw the way Enkidu's expression shifted, caught in the gravitational pull of her presence. "You shouldn't be here," he growled, each word punctuated with pain. "You've brought nothing but ruin." "Ruin?" She laughed, a sound sharp as glass, slicing through the tension. "I bring life. I bring passion. Do you not crave what I offer?" Her eyes glinted, and I felt my resolve waver. How could one be so captivating yet so cruel? In that moment, I understood, she was both salvation and damnation, the architect of our desires and our nightmares. A wild fury ignited within Enkidu. "You're a parasite, feeding on our hopes. You've left a trail of broken hearts, and for what? Your own amusement." His voice trembled with unrestrained emotion, each syllable laced with the desperation of a man who had loved too deeply. I shifted, caught between them, the tension a taut wire ready to snap. "Ishtar, please," I began, but my words faltered as she turned her gaze on me. Time slowed, and I felt the weight of her stare, a blend of longing and disdain that turned my insides to ice. "You still want me," she said, her voice softening, wrapping around me like a lover's embrace. "You still crave my fire." Desire churned within me, a tempest threatening to consume everything I was. I remembered the stolen moments beneath the moonlight, the sweet whispers that had lingered long after she departed. But it was all a mirage, a fleeting illusion that could dissolve with the dawn. I shook my head, fighting against the tide. "You're a mirage, Ishtar. Nothing more." The air thickened with tension as her laughter faded into silence. In that quiet, the weight of unspoken words hovered between us, heavy with regret and longing. I saw the cracks in her facade, a fleeting glimpse of vulnerability that twisted my heart. What had she sacrificed to wear the crown of desire? What loneliness clung to her when the revelry faded? The storm outside roared, lightning illuminating her features in stark relief. Enkidu stepped forward, raw emotion etched into every line of his face. "You think you can play with our hearts without consequence?" His voice trembled with anguish. "Your beauty is a curse, Ishtar, one that ruins everything it touches." And then, as if the cosmos conspired against us, a bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the shadows around us. It was a warning, a prelude to the chaos that was about to unfold. The ground trembled again, and I felt the fear rise, a tide of terror threatening to swallow us whole. In that moment, I realized, we were all trapped in her web, caught in the gravitational pull of her desires, our hopes and dreams intertwined in a dance of doom and ecstasy. I remembered my own heartbeat, the rhythm echoing the chaos of the world around us. And as the darkness closed in, I understood that this confrontation, this clash of hearts and souls, was only the beginning. The face of desire and destruction stood before us, and I was helplessly drawn in, a moth to the flame. The shadows whispered secrets I didn't yet understand, but they urged me forward, deeper into the storm. I took a breath, the air thick with anticipation, and I stepped closer, knowing that somehow, someway, everything was about to change. We were on the edge, teetering between love and ruin, and the universe held its breath, waiting for what would come next. The sun hung low, a bruised orange in the sky, casting long shadows that clawed at the earth like desperate fingers. Sweat dripped from Elara's brow, mixing with the mud caked on her hands, the remnants of an unyielding harvest season. She glanced at the withered stalks of barley, their brittle forms a haunting reminder of the drought that suffocated her village. Each breath she took felt like a weight pressing down her chest, a constant reminder of the relentless sun that burned above, a sun that seemed to mock her very existence. In the distance, a desperate cry echoed, a sound that ripped through the air and sent chills racing down her spine. I remember my mother's hands, she thought, grasping the earth, coaxing life from soil that had turned to dust. It was a memory, heavy with longing and regret, that haunted her like a ghost. She had watched her mother kneel in the fields, whispering to Tammuz, the god of fertility and agriculture, beseeching him for favor as if her words could resurrect the lifeless ground. But now? Now, her pleas mingled with desperation, echoing in a world that had forgotten the sound of rain. Beside her, Rohan knelt, his brow furrowed, eyes dark with the weight of their shared burden. Once a spirited youth, laughter flowed from him like the rivers that once nourished their land, he now wore his despair like a shroud. "It's too late, Illyria," he muttered, voice cracking under the pressure of hopelessness. "The crops won't come back. They're gone, just like everything else." "Don't say that," she snapped, anger igniting within her. "We have to believe. For the village. For the children." But deep inside, her heart trembled. She felt the truth curling around her like a serpent, squeezing tighter with every passing day. The shadows shifted, an unsettling dance of dusk and despair. A figure emerged from the gloom, cloaked in worn fabric, face obscured. The villagers called her the Oracle, a woman who walked between worlds, her words laced with riddles that cut sharper than any blade. Illyria felt a pull toward her, a thrumming of fate in the air, yet fear gripped her spine. What could she possibly offer? "Your spirit is strong, but the land is weak," the Oracle rasped, voice like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "Tarmos is restless, and his wrath is upon you. What have you sacrificed?" Illyria's chest tightened. Sacrifice? The word hung heavy, a dark cloud that swallowed the last breath of hope. "We've given everything," she whispered, though her heart twisted at the lie. They had nothing left to offer. Rohan stood, fists clenched, rage spilling from him like a cursed torrent. "We can't keep bowing to a god who ignores our cries. What has he ever done for us?" The words clawed their way free, raw and unfiltered, echoing against the walls of their dying village. "Watch your tongue," Illyria hissed, the thrill of fear mingling with a flicker of admiration for his rebellion. Yet, a part of her quaked inside. Was it rebellion or ignorance? Tarmuz, the ancient force of life, was not something to be trifled with. The oracle's eyes glinted with something unsettling, a knowing. "In your despair lies your salvation. What will you give? What will you offer to appease the god you've forgotten?" Rohan's laughter bubbled up, bitter and sharp. "What can we give? Our bones? Our blood?" The words were a challenge, a dare, but Illyria felt the weight of them settle in her stomach like a leaden stone. Suddenly, a shudder rippled through the ground beneath them, a warning tremor that sent birds scattering into the bruised sky. Illyria dropped to her knees, hands pressed to the earth as if she could feel Tarmuz's pulse beneath the surface. "I remember the songs, the rituals we once held. The dances beneath the moonlight," she said, her voice trembling. "The stories we shared as we prayed for rain." The oracle stepped closer, eyes locking onto Illyria's with a fierce intensity. "Then you know what must be done. The god demands a sacrifice, something precious to you." Fear rippled through Illyria, wrapping around her heart like a vice. What could she give that would quell the hunger of a god? Her voice faltered, a fragile whisper against the howling winds of uncertainty. "But I have nothing left. Then you must create something," Rohan interjected, a sudden clarity igniting in his gaze. "A new song. A new dance. A pledge to the land and the god you abandoned." Illyria stared at him, a mixture of hope and dread flooding her senses. "But what if he doesn't listen? What if our offering is in vain?" "Then we die with the land," he replied, the raw honesty of his words hanging in the air like an unspoken promise. "But if we try, if we reach out with everything we have left, maybe, just maybe, we can stir him from his slumber." The sun sank lower, shadows stretching and distorting the landscape, and Illyria felt a surge of defiance course through her veins. She would not bow to despair. She would not let the darkness consume her. I remember the fire," she whispered, the sparks of inspiration igniting in her heart like wildfire. "We'll dance around the fire and sing our souls to the wind. We'll call Tarmos back to us." The air thickened with promise, the weight of their resolve hanging like a storm cloud ready to burst. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, a rhythm of life that could not be silenced. The night would be alive with their offerings, a cacophony of hope and desperation woven into melody and movement. As they prepared for the ritual, the world whispered its secrets, the shadows beckoning, a promise of what could be, if only they dared. The clock ticked on, a relentless reminder of time slipping through their fingers. Tarmos awaited, and with every moment, the gravity of their choice pressed against them like a heavy shroud. They could not turn back now, the darkness was closing in, but so was the light. In the distance, the first stars began to twinkle, distant beacons against the enveloping night, and with each flicker, a prayer formed in Ilara's heart, one that would not allow her to forget the power of faith, the power of hope, and the fervent, unyielding desire to reclaim that which was lost. The stage was set, the air electric with potential, and as the moon rose high, it cast its silver light upon them, a witness to a battle that would echo through time, a dance between despair and the fragile promise of rebirth, as the god of fertility and agriculture stirred once more. The air crackled with a silence so thick it felt like a shroud, wrapping around the world in a suffocating embrace. I stood on the edge of a precipice, the ground beneath me trembling as if the earth itself was warning me of the darkness below. Shadows danced at the periphery of my vision, whispers of what lay in the depths, an underworld pulsing with a heartbeat of its own. I took a step forward, but the dread rooted me in place. The weight of unspoken fear pressed against my chest, a reminder that not all paths should be tread. Nurgle stood before me, a towering figure draped in darkness, his eyes glinting like the edge of a blade. In him, I saw the embodiment of conflict, his power a tempest, his heart a battlefield. He was a god forged in fire, yet here he was, trembling. Not from fear, but from the burden of a choice that loomed over him like a storm cloud, heavy and ominous. The air was thick with the scent of iron, blood, perhaps. Or the remnants of souls long lost. "Do you feel it?" he whispered, and his voice was a low growl, rumbling through the silence. The call of Ereshkigal. I remembered her then, Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, her presence an intoxicating mix of sorrow and strength. She was a force of nature, a tempest of emotion, her heart wrapped in shadows, bleeding for the souls she claimed. I had heard stories of her beauty, her power, but none captured the raw intensity of her spirit. In her, I saw both the wretchedness of loss and the fierce love that birthed it. Yet, she was barred from the light, chained by grief and anger, her hands stained with the echoes of the past. Why did it have to be her? I croaked, the words escaping like a gasp, a betrayal of my heart's turmoil. Nurgle turned to me, his expression a mask of pain. "Because the underworld needs balance," he replied, each word heavy with regret. "And I? I am a part of that balance." The shadows began to whisper, memories intertwining with reality. I remembered the stories, Ereshkigal, a once vibrant goddess, now cloaked in sorrow, mourning the loss of her beloved. Death itself had stolen him, and in that moment, she became the keeper of grief, a guardian of the forgotten. But the underworld was not merely a resting place, it was a labyrinth of emotions, a reflection of the turmoil above, where love and loss collided in a fierce embrace. Nurgle's fists clenched as if he were holding onto something intangible, something that burned fiercely in his chest. "The balance is tipping, and if I do not confront her soon, chaos will reign," he said, his voice trembling with a vulnerability that cut through the tension. The ghosts of countless souls swirled around him, their whispers a haunting lullaby. She needs to know that she is not alone. That even in her darkness, there is a spark of light. The ground rumbled again, a reminder of the chaos that threatened to spill over. I stepped closer, heart pounding, feeling the pull of their fates intertwining like vines, death and rebirth, love and loss, the endless cycle of the cosmos. "But how?" I asked, the words spilling from my lips as my own fear clawed its way to the surface. "How can you reach her when the shadows are so deep?" Nurgle's gaze pierced through the darkness, and in that instant, I saw a flicker of hope. Through vulnerability, he breathed, as if the very act of saying it could shatter the chains binding Ereshkigal. "I must show her that even the gods are afraid. That the underworld is not a prison, it is a sanctuary." The intensity of that moment hung in the air, electric and alive. I felt the pulse of their emotions, fear, love, desperation, crashing against my heart like waves against jagged rocks. It was a tempest, a storm that would not be tamed. "You have to go to her," I whispered, the words barely escaping my lips as I felt the weight of their shared sorrow. "You have to show her that the darkness can be beautiful, too." As he prepared to descend into the abyss, I caught a glimpse of his hesitation, a fleeting moment that revealed the depth of his struggle. He was a god, yes, but also a man, caught between the expectations of his divine nature and the raw, visceral need to connect. I remember the laughter," he murmured, almost to himself, "the the memories washing over him like a tide. The way she would light up the night. And then, in the silence that followed, I felt it, the weight of eternity, the echoes of countless souls yearning for recognition, for release. I saw the anguish in Nurgle's eyes, the flicker of hope, the flicker of love. It was all so raw, so achingly beautiful, that I couldn't breathe. I was trapped in the moment, a witness to their pain, their love, a poignant reminder that nothing is ever truly lost, not when love still exists in the shadows. The descent began, a plunge into the unknown, into the cold embrace of the underworld. I could hear the whispers of the souls, the sighs of the forgotten, the symphony of grief and longing. Each step taken by Nurgle resonated within me, a heartbeat echoing through the chasms of despair. Ereshkigal, he called into the void, his voice a beacon cutting through the darkness. I am here. And in that moment, I felt the world shift, the air crackling with raw energy, the confrontation was imminent. The stage was set, the players entwined in a dance of fate. No conclusions would be drawn, no endings reached. Just the eternal cycle of love, loss, and the haunting beauty of the underworld. I held my breath as shadows loomed, knowing that this was merely the beginning, a prologue to a story that would echo through the ages, forever entwined in the hearts of those who dared to love in the face of darkness. The air was thick, suffocating, like an unyielding shroud of darkness settling over the city of Akkad. I stood on the edge, heart racing, the weight of the impending storm pressing against my chest like a vice. Above, the sky roared with ominous clouds, swirling and twisting like the very thoughts in my mind, chaotic, tumultuous, electrifying. I could almost taste the fear, like rust on my tongue, the spillage of old blood, the remnants of what was lost. A shrill cry cut through the murmur of the crowd, drawing me back to the present. Namtaru, my sister, stood amid the throngs, her hands trembling, eyes wide with disbelief. She clutched a small clay figurine, a minor deity misplaced, a symbol of our family's hopes, now crushed beneath the weight of an unknown terror. The air trembled with the whispers of the pantheon, the high gods and low spirits, all vying for our attention, but we were drowning in their cacophony. I could feel it, even the walls of our mud-brick home seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of our ancestors, their memories etched into the very fabric of the city. Do you hear them? Namtaru's voice broke, raw and quaking. They're angry, Aaron. They're watching. Her gaze flickered to the distant ziggurat, the towering structure that seemed to pierce the heavens, where the major deities held court, a place both sacred and terrifying. I knew the stories, Enlil, the fierce lord of air, who could unleash storms with a mere thought, and Inanna, the beautiful and vengeful goddess of love and war, who could turn a heart to ash with a single glance. I wanted to reassure her, to say that the gods were mere echoes of our own fears, but the truth clawed at my insides. We had angered them. Our crops were failing, the river had receded, and I could feel the ground beneath us shifting, teetering on the brink. I remember standing before the altar, surrounded by flickering flames, the scent of burnt offerings filling my lungs. I remember the weight of the world pressing down, the desperate prayers whispering against the walls of my mind. We were nothing but shadows, mere pawns in the game of the divine, and the gods played with our lives as a child plays with dolls, twisting and tearing, laughing at the devastation. As the sky darkened, the air crackled with anticipation. It was the night of the festival, a night where the mortal and the divine collided in a symphony of chaos and fervor. I felt the pull of the drums like a heartbeat, deep and resonant. The people danced, faces painted with joy and desperation, a raucous celebration of life on the brink of death. But Namtaru stood frozen, haunted by the echoes of our past, a past we could not escape. Remember when Father took us to the river, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the din. He said the water was a gift from the gods. I felt the sharp pang of nostalgia slice through me. I remembered the sun glistening on the surface, the laughter mingling with the splashes, the way he would lift us both up, our giggles echoing against the rocks. But now that river, it had turned dark, stagnant, a graveyard for our dreams. We have to appease them, I said, my voice trembling as much as her hands. We must find the offerings. As we pushed through the throng, shadows danced around us, the faces of the crowd morphing into masks of fear and longing. The streets were alive, yet suffocating, as if the very earth was whispering secrets that only we could hear. I could sense the eyes of the Pantheon upon us, watching, waiting for our next move, as if life itself hung in the balance. Suddenly, a scream shattered the night, a sound that pierced through the revelry like a knife. My heart lurched in my chest as I turned to see a figure sprawled on the ground, a man, blood pooling around him, pooling like sorrow. The crowd gasped, a collective breath held tight, their joy twisting into panic, fear swelling like a thunderstorm ready to burst. "Is it one of the offerings?" Namtaru's voice was barely a whisper. "Have they taken him?" In that moment, I felt the weight of our ancestors pressing against me, their sorrow and anger rising like smoke. The gods were hungry, their thirst for blood insatiable. I could feel their presence, the pounding in my ears matching the rhythm of the drums, a macabre dance that echoed through history. "Stay close," I instructed, fear curling around my heart, squeezing tightly. I could not let her go, my sister was all I had left in this chaotic world, and yet, she was slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. As we approached the altar, the flickering flames cast long shadows, reaching out like greedy hands, hungry for souls. The figures of the deities loomed above us, their eyes glinting with malice and mirth. I felt small, insignificant, a mere speck of dust in the grand tapestry of existence. "Make your plea," Aaron, Namtaru urged, her voice trembling as if she could sense the gods leaning closer, eager to hear our desperation. I stepped forward, heart pounding, the weight of the world crashing down on my shoulders. "O great Enlil, hear my voice!" I cried, desperation spilling forth like a river unleashed. "We have wronged you, but we seek redemption. We offer our hearts, our hopes, and the very essence of our being. Spare us!" The flames roared in response, dancing higher, a wild and chaotic celebration of my foolishness. I felt the shadows around me shift, whispering secrets I dared not comprehend. And then, in the depths of that agonizing moment, I caught a glimpse of Namtaru's face, pale, stricken, a reflection of my own terror. I remembered our father, how he had spun tales of the gods, how he had taught us to honor them, to fear them, to love them. But love becomes twisted in the face of betrayal, and all I could feel was the sharp edge of despair cutting deep. We were at a precipice, teetering on the edge of oblivion, and I could hear the low rumble of thunder in the distance, a warning of what was to come, an echo of the past colliding with the present. "Let them come!" I shouted into the abyss, a challenge born of desperation, an unholy bargain made in the dark. "Let them come for us!" And as the storm rumbled in the distance, I could feel the world shift, the very fabric of reality fraying at the edges, caught in the gaze of the gods who thrived on our suffering. We were not alone. They were here, and they were hungry. The silence fell heavy, and I knew that this was only the beginning. The Pantheon was awakening. In the heart of the ancient world, where the air hung heavy with the scent of salt and blood, the sky cracked open like a cursed promise, and a storm brewed with the power to rend the very fabric of existence. Two figures stood on the edge of a precipice, shadows cast long by the gathering dusk, their faces etched with fear and defiance. They were not mere mortals, they were forces of creation and destruction, poised at the brink of chaos. Tiamat, the primordial goddess, her eyes swirling with the ferocity of a tempest, cradled the weight of eternity in her grasp. Beside her, Marduk, the young god, seething with ambition, felt the pulse of fate thrumming in his veins. The air was electric, charged with the ancient struggle for supremacy, and with it, the echo of a universe waiting to be born or obliterated. "I remember," Tiamat whispered, her voice a haunting melody that curled around the words like smoke. "I remember the stillness before the storm, the silence that spoke of potential." Her gaze drifted to the horizon, where shadows danced in the dying light, reminding her of the countless stars that had been snuffed out in the wake of her fury. How fragile creation felt, hovering on the precipice, like glass about to shatter. Marduk, resolute yet trembling, clenched his fists until his nails bit into his palms. "You speak of silence, but it's your chaos that has awakened the gods. I am here to end your reign." His voice was a battle cry, a desperate pledge to the universe that had birthed him. Yet beneath the bravado lay a flicker of doubt, an echo of the countless battles fought and lost, the weight of his lineage pressing down like a stone. The storm swirled around them, a tempest of emotions and memories, of dreams lost and futures unmade. You think you can defeat me? Tiamat's laughter was a chilling sound, resonating through the very core of existence. You are but a child, playing with the fire of creation. I am the darkness that birthed the light. Each word was a blade, sharp and unyielding, cutting through the illusion of control. The tension crackled, a living entity, as the fabric of reality itself seemed to hold its breath. I am not afraid of the darkness, Marduk shot back, but even he could feel the tremors of his resolve falter. He remembered the night spent in the shadows, terrified of the monsters lurking just beyond the flickering candlelight, the way the echoes of their howls seeped into his dreams. I will forge a world from your ashes. I will summon the winds to tear you apart. The conflict between them was palpable, a dance of creation and annihilation, of love and betrayal. Tiamat, her heart heavy with the weight of her creations, felt the chill of despair creeping in. She remembered the day she molded the heavens, the way the stars had shimmered like a promise. You are but a reflection of my rage, Marduk. I am the universe, raw and untamed. You are merely a flicker in the vastness. The words hung between them like a thick fog, suffocating yet intoxicating. Time stretched and twisted, warping their perceptions. Memories flooded Marduk's mind, the laughter of his siblings, the warmth of their shared victories, now tainted by the specter of their failures. He could feel their eyes watching him, ghosts of the past urging him on, or perhaps warning him of the price of victory. I remember, he murmured, the weight of his ancestors anchoring him, a bittersweet reminder of their blood coursing through his veins. Tiamat's resolve began to wane, the storm within her shifting, swirling with confusion and rage. Each clash of their will shook the very ground beneath them, like the throbbing of a heart about to burst. You think your strength can challenge me, she hissed, fury lacing her words. You forget who I am. I am the mother of all things, the primal chaos. I gave you life, Marduk. An unsettling silence fell, the kind that chills the soul and makes the heart race. In that moment, Marduk wrestled with the weight of her claim. He was the child of chaos, yet he craved order. He was the weapon forged from her rage, yet he sought to slay the mother who had birthed him. And I will turn the tide of our fate, he shouted, desperation fueling his fire as he summoned the winds of creation. The clash of their powers ignited the sky, a violent explosion that ripped through the heavens, scattering stars like broken glass across the cosmos. Tiamat roared, her voice a symphony of wrath and sorrow, and Marduk responded with a battle cry that echoed through eternity. This moment would not end in silence. It was a poignant culmination of all that had come before them, each choice, each sacrifice, each haunting memory intertwining in a fierce tapestry of existence. Yet in the back of their minds lurked the specter of doubt. Would the world be reborn or consumed in their fight? Each heartbeat echoed the question, reverberating through the fabric of reality. The shadows lengthened, wrapping around them, a reminder that regardless of victory or defeat, creation and destruction were but two sides of the same coin. I remember, Tiamat's voice cracked, vulnerability bleeding through her fierce exterior. I remember the laughter of my children before betrayal stained it. The storm crackled with tension, the echoes of 1,000 lives caught in the wake of their confrontation. As the winds howled and the earth shook, time twisted tighter, spiraling toward an inevitable collision, the moment when chaos and order would clash, when birth and death would dance in the flickering light of 1,000 stars. And in that heartbeat, everything hung in the balance, a fragile thread woven through the chaos of their existence, promising a new dawn, or an eternal night. The battle was far from over, and the echoes of their conflict would ripple through eternity, leaving a mark on the heart of the cosmos, a reminder that creation is fraught with peril, yet laced with the beauty of possibility. The air crackled with tension, thick and suffocating, as the sun dipped below the jagged horizon. Shadows danced along the crumbling stone walls of the temple, whispering secrets that only the night could hear. I stood there, heart pounding, as if it were trying to escape the cage of my ribs. In the stillness, I could almost hear the cries of the past, the echoes of prayers and sacrifices that hung like a shroud over this sacred ground. Mara was beside me, her eyes wide and shimmering with fear. She clutched a small silver pendant, the only thing left of her mother, whose spirit seemed to linger in the cool night air. "Do you think she's here?" she asked, voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. I wanted to reassure her, to tell her that ghosts were just figments of our overactive imaginations. But the truth was, I felt it too, the weight of history pressing down, urging us to confront something we barely understood. Across the courtyard, the flickering torchlight illuminated Samuel, his brow furrowed with a mix of determination and despair. He was the kind of man who wore his scars like badges, each one telling a story of loss, loss of faith, loss of family, loss of self. He gazed at the altar, where fragrant offerings lay in decay, remnants of devotion eroded by time. This place was a sanctuary once, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Now it's a graveyard of hopes. His words cut through the air like a blade, sharp and unforgiving. I remember the first time I stepped into this temple. The walls had seemed to breathe, alive with the stories of worshippers long gone. They'd knelt here, hands clasped in fervent prayer, seeking solace amid turmoil. I had thought it was a refuge, a portal to something greater. But now, as the last rays of sunlight surrendered to darkness, it felt more like a mausoleum, a testament to what was lost. Mara's eyes darted to the entrance, a lingering doubt enveloping her. "Are we doing the right thing?" she asked, her voice quaking with uncertainty. I could sense the flicker of hope within her, battling the gnawing fear that threatened to consume us both. I wanted to say yes, to paint this picture in colors of certainty, but the truth loomed like a thundercloud. We were trespassers in a sacred space, standing at the crossroads of history and heartbreak. As we stood there, the wind picked up, howling through the temple's cracks, carrying with it the voices of the ancient, sighs of devotion, screams of betrayal, laughter, and cries for mercy. Each sound wrapped around me like a ghostly embrace, suffocating yet intoxicating. I felt Samuel's hand on my shoulder, grounding me as the very stones beneath our feet seemed to tremble with the weight of unfulfilled promises. "Every temple has its secrets," he said, his voice a gravelly whisper, resonating with the distant echoes of truth. "They were built to connect us to the divine, to offer hope in times of despair. But what happens when that connection frays?" His eyes were ablaze with an intensity that struck me like a lightning bolt, illuminating the shadows of doubt that cloaked my mind. I remember wandering these halls in daylight, how the sun would stream through the cracks, casting luminous patterns on the stone floor, and how the air would hum with the energy of those who had come before us. But now, the darkness unveiled something far more sinister. I felt as if the walls themselves were closing in, bearing witness to our shared agony, a reminder that sacred sites are not merely places of reverence but also of reckoning. "Look!" Mara gasped, pointing with trembling fingers toward the altar. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, moving with an eerie grace. My heart thundered in my chest as the figure stepped into the flickering torchlight. An old woman with hollow eyes and skin like parchment stood before us, her presence a chilling reminder of the past. "You seek answers," she croaked, her voice echoing like a distant thunderclap. Samuel stepped forward, defiance radiating from him. "We've come to reclaim what was lost," he declared, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. "Our faith, our hope. You know the truth hidden within these stones." The woman's laughter was brittle, a sound so cold it sent a shiver down my spine. "Truth? It is a double-edged sword, dear boy. What you find may not be what you seek." Her gaze locked onto mine, and for a moment, I felt the weight of centuries pressing upon my soul, the stories of countless lives merging into a single heartbeat, my heartbeat. Time twisted and stretched, the moment suspended in a web of uncertainty. I could feel the air thickening, the temple itself breathing with anticipation, waiting for something to break, the truth or the silence. I wanted to scream, to flee from this place that felt both sacred and cursed, but my legs were rooted in the soil of history, trapped in the gravity of our choices. Mara clutched my arm, her fingers digging into my skin, a lifeline in this storm of despair. "We can't turn back now," she whispered, tears glimmering in her eyes, reflecting the flickering light around us. "This is our chance." The raw emotion in her voice pierced through the darkness like a beacon, urging me to face whatever lay ahead. And as the old woman stepped closer, the shadows danced around us, weaving a tapestry of fate. The temple had never been just stone, it was alive with resonance, the dreams and nightmares of those who had come seeking solace. It was a reminder that sacred sites are not just destinations but doorways to our innermost fears and desires, places where we confront the ghosts of our past. Remember, the woman said, her voice now a haunting melody. Every choice you make will echo through eternity. The weight of her words settled upon us like a shroud, a promise and a curse intertwined. In that moment, as the air crackled with uncertainty and the shadows whispered their secrets, I knew we stood at the precipice of something monumental, a reckoning that would bind our fates to the ancient spirits that lingered in this sacred space. There was no turning back. The temple awaited us, and we, with our hearts laid bare, our fears exposed, were ready to face whatever darkness lay ahead. The ancient bell tolled with a shuddering resonance, echoing through the stillness like the low growl of a sleeping beast. Each clang vibrated through the marrow of my bones, a summons to the sacred grounds where shadows stretched long, and the air thickened with the weight of whispered prayers. I stood at the threshold, heart racing, the chill of the night creeping into my very soul. I remember the way the moon hung low, heavy with secrets, illuminating the clearing where the ritual would take place, a stage set for the divine and the damned. Sarah was there, just a few paces away, her brow furrowed in concentration, a flicker of fear behind her fierce determination. She clenched the talisman in her hand, a crude carving of a raven, its eyes seeming to glimmer with an otherworldly light. "We have to do this," she whispered, each word a thin veil over her trembling voice. I could see the storm of doubt raging within her, yet she stood resolute, a warrior facing the unknown. If we don't make the offering, it could all go wrong. And then there was Marcus, his silhouette stark against the swirling mist. He paced like a caged animal, a tempest of emotions raw and unrestrained. "This is madness," he spat, each syllable laced with a mix of resentment and resignation. "What if the gods don't answer? What if they turn their backs on us?" His eyes darted to the ground, the weight of despair clawing at his heart. I knew he wrestled with his beliefs, a tug-of-war between faith and the suffocating grip of reality. The ritual demanded not just offerings, but sacrifice. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a heartbeat entwined with my own. It thrummed through the air, thick as fog, and I remembered a night much like this one, when my grandmother had spoken of the ancient ways, of connecting with the divine, of invoking spirits by laying bare our souls before them. "The offerings must be pure," she had said, her voice a haunting echo in my mind. "They must come from the heart." And here we were, standing on the precipice of the unknown. The fire crackled to life, sparks dancing like lost souls spiraling into the night, and I turned to Sarah, my heart pounding against my ribcage. "We can't back out now," I murmured, the gravity of our choices pressing down on us. "We've come too far." She nodded, but her resolve seemed to waver, the flickering flames casting shadows on her face, revealing the cracks in her armor. The offering lay before us, a simple bowl of herbs and salt, a token of our desperation. I could almost taste the air, thick with the scent of pine and smoke, and I could hear the whispers of the woods around us, ancient voices that seemed to rise and fall with the crackling flames. The world held its breath as we prepared ourselves for the moment of truth, and in that suspended silence, a ghost of doubt brushed against my skin. "Remember, we must call to them," Sarah reminded me, her eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. "We must honor their presence." She began to chant words that rolled off her tongue like silk, an incantation steeped in history and longing. Each syllable resonated within me, a pull toward something greater than ourselves, toward the divine that we sought. But in the depths of my heart, I felt the shadows of our past creeping in, snaking their way around my resolve. I remembered the night Marcus lost his sister, the way the light had drained from his eyes, leaving him hollow. I remembered Sarah's father, who had vanished into thin air, swallowed by the very woods we stood in. The weight of grief and loss bore down on us, the air thickening, and the fire flickered uncertainly, as if sensing our turmoil. "Gods, hear us!" I shouted, the words bursting from my lips, raw and unfiltered. "We offer our pain, our hopes, our fears. We come to you broken but willing." The flames danced higher, licking the night sky, and for a heartbeat, I felt the shift, a tremor in the universe as if the very fabric of reality quivered in response. But then Marcus faltered, his voice faltering as doubt clawed at him. "What if they reject us?" he breathed, the tremor in his hands betraying his facade of bravado. What if we're not worthy? The shadows deepened, and I could see the flickering fear in his eyes, the torment of a man who had lost his faith, a man searching for meaning in the chaos. Don't you see? Sarah's voice cut through the tension, fierce and unwavering. This is our moment. We're here, alive, and that's the offering. The passion in her words ignited something within me, a flicker of hope rising against the encroaching darkness. I gripped the talisman, feeling its rough edges press into my palm, grounding me in this chaotic swirl of emotions. With a deep breath, I joined Sarah in her chant, our voices melding into a haunting melody that rang out into the night. The fire roared, our words spiraling into the cosmos, and for a fleeting second, I could almost taste the presence of something ancient, something divine, swirling around us. It was intoxicating, terrifying and beautiful all at once. And then, a chilling silence fell. The laughter of the night faded, replaced by an oppressive weight, a dawning realization. The woods held their breath, as if even the trees were bound by some unseen force. I could feel my pulse quicken, dread coiling in the pit of my stomach. What if this was it? What if we were mere mortals standing at the edge of something vast and ungraspable, our souls laid bare, trembling before the unknown? The shadows shifted, whispering secrets as if trying to tell us something, but I couldn't quite grasp what lay beyond the veil. I turned to Sarah, her face illuminated by the firelight, and I saw it, the flicker of fear and determination intertwined in her gaze. We were all so very fragile, yet bound by something that felt infinitely greater than ourselves. And as the fire crackled and the night deepened, the air grew thick with possibilities, with the weight of our offerings and the echoes of our grief. In that moment, suspended between hope and despair, I understood the connection we sought with the divine was not just about what we offered, but about the very act of reaching out, of embracing the uncertainty. I remember the way the moon began to rise, casting silver light over us, the shadows dancing and shifting in ways that felt wholly alive. We were three souls intertwined in this ancient dance, caught between the realms of the known and the unknown, suspended in a moment that felt both like an ending and a beginning. And as the ritual unfolded, I knew this was just the beginning, a connection forged in the dark, a thread leading us deeper into the night. The air is thick, electrified, heavy with dread. A heartbeat thrums in my ears, drowning out the whispers of the shadows that stretch like skeletal fingers in the dim light. I stand before the colossal Lamassu, its lion's body coiled with tension, wings poised as if ready to take flight into the abyss of a forgotten history. The creature's human face gazes down at me, eyes like twin voids, demanding my soul. I feel small, insignificant, as if every ounce of courage has been siphoned away, leaving me hollow and trembling. I can't breathe. Not because of fear, but because of the weight of all I've lost. Memories flash, fragments of laughter, warmth, and the crushing silence that has replaced them. My brother, Nazir, always the braver one, had dared me to touch the stone, to feel its otherworldly energy. But I could only watch as he approached, his shadow swallowed by that eerie glow. What if he never returned? The thought twists in my gut, a serpent coiling tighter, suffocating. Do you feel it? Nazir had said, his voice a whisper wrapped in awe. It's alive. It knows us. He reached out, fingertips brushing against the cold surface. I wanted to scream, to pull him back, but my voice caught in my throat. I remember his face, the wonder, the reckless abandon, and then the darkness. Just the darkness. Now, with time slipping like sand through my fingers, I can't shake the feeling that something sinister lurks just beyond the Lamassu's gaze. My mind flickers to the stories, the ancient tales told by firesides, the monstrous beings, the guardians of realms, half gods and half beasts. Did they weep for their lost kin too? Did they feel the ache of betrayal? The ground trembles. A shiver races through me. I'm not alone. Shadows swirl, coiling around Nazir's figure, who stands entranced, oblivious to the danger creeping closer. I want to scream again, but my throat is raw. I remember how I used to tease him for being too curious, too reckless. You'll get us killed, you know, I'd say with a laugh, the warmth of our childhood igniting a flicker of defiance. But that was before the darkness. Nazir! My voice breaks, a desperate cry ricocheting off the ancient stones. He turns, surprise mingling with confusion, and for an instant, I see the flash of recognition. The Lamasu's wings unfurl, shadows splaying across the ground, whispering secrets that only the forgotten could understand. Do you see it? He breathes, stepping forward, entranced. It's calling to us. But it's not calling, it's entrapping. The longer he lingers, the more I feel the shadows pull at my own heart. I want to save him, yet the fear grips me tighter than any chain. What if I'm too late? What if the Lamasu feeds on dreams and memories, leaving only the echoes of what we once were? The air thickens with a palpable tension, a storm brewing within the confines of my mind. I remember the night they took him, the way his laughter hung in the air like a sweet melody before it was shattered. The clock struck midnight, time had become a cruel trickster. I was too late then, too cowardly to face the darkness. And here I am again, a prisoner of my own fear. Step back, Nazir! I shout, feeling the weight of the world press against me. You don't know what it wants. But he laughs, a sound like glass breaking in the silence. You're afraid of shadows, sister. I'm not afraid of the dark. His eyes glimmer with a wildness that I once admired but now terrifies me. The darkness swells, a living thing, consuming everything in its path. I remember, I whisper, clutching my arms around myself, grounding myself in memories long gone. I remember the stories, the beasts that guard the gates of our soul, the guardians that devour the unwary. The Lamasu's eyes pulse, a heartbeat that echoes through the shadows. Suddenly, the ground shakes. The Lamasu roars, a sound that reverberates through the very fabric of my being, sending me sprawling back, heart racing. I can taste the metallic tang of fear in my mouth, feel it vibrating against my bones. I remember my mother's stories of the Lamasu, protectors of the realm, yet here it seems more like a predator, waiting to consume us whole. Nazir! I scream, but the words dissolve into the night, swallowed by the yawning abyss. His face is shadowed, the laughter gone, replaced by a haunting stillness. The air is thick with something unspeakable, a heaviness that weighs down on my chest. Please, come back. We can leave this place. But the creature stirs, its wings unfurling in a dramatic flourish. It towers above us, a sentinel of fate. What will you sacrifice to know the truth? It seems to ask, voice like gravel and thunder. The darkness pulses, a heartbeat that quickens in time with my own. The shadows twist and turn, and I feel as though the very ground beneath us is alive, whispering secrets of long-forgotten souls. I close my eyes, trying to drown out the chaos, but visions flicker through my mind. I see the city, bathed in moonlight, where laughter once rang like clear bells. I see my father, his face strained with loss, the weight of the world resting heavily on his shoulders. I remember our home, where shadows were merely the play of light and time, not harbingers of doom. The darkness constricts. I can almost feel the Lamasu's breath, cold and unforgiving, as it watches, waits. What is your choice? It taunts. My heart races, a prisoner in its own cage. I know I must confront the darkness, must reclaim what it has stolen. I will not lose you, I whisper, a vow wrapped in desperation as I step forward, ready to face whatever the creature has in store. The shadows dance, swirling around us, and in that moment, I realize the truth. The Lamasu is not just a guardian but a reflection of our deepest fears, our unyielding grief. It is a mirror, and I am drawn into its depths, a moth to a flame. Together, I say, my voice resolute, finding strength in the fragile thread that binds us. I will not let the darkness claim my brother. I will not let the Lamasu feed on our sorrow. With each breath, I step closer to the edge, ready to confront my past, to face the shadows that cling to my soul. And in that moment, the world around us fades away, time suspended, breaths held, hearts racing, caught in the web of a fate that awaits just beyond the horizon. The dream rattled through the night like a cold wind across barren land, shaking me from sleep. I gasped, heart pounding, breath hitching. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering memories of faces I wished I could forget. My sister's voice echoed, a haunting melody, pleading with me to remember. It's not just a dream, Talia, she'd said the last time I'd seen her, eyes wide with a fear that chilled my blood. It's a warning. You must listen. I sat up, clutching my chest, feeling the weight of the night pressing down around me, draping the room in a shroud of dread. The air tasted stale, heavy with the scent of fear and impending doom. Outside, the city of Babylon thrummed, a heartbeat of life against the muted backdrop of stars. But inside me? It was silent, a void echoing with unspoken truths. I remember the way the dreams felt, like being plunged into an abyss, where time lost meaning and the cosmos whispered secrets in the dark. Each night, as I closed my eyes, the visions unfolded like fragile petals revealing sharp thorns. I was destined for something terrible, something greater than myself. I just didn't know what yet. Across town, my friend Uresh was dreaming too. His dreams were different, a cacophony of colors and laughter, a chaotic dance of joy that made my heart ache with yearning. But even Uresh, with his bright eyes and infectious laughter, felt the weight of omens pulling at his soul. I could see it in the way he hesitated at the market, the way the bustling streets seemed less vibrant to him lately. The market stalls overflowed with fruit and grain, but all he could hear were the whispers of his own mind, warnings of the darkness gathering, shadowy figures flitting past his periphery, always just out of sight. Uresh! I'd call to him, desperate to pull him back from the edge of despair. You must see it. The omens. They're everywhere. But he'd just shake his head, his laughter faltering, replaced by a haunting sadness that clung to him like a shroud. They're just dreams, Talia. Just dreams. But I remembered. I remember the dream where my sister stood on the edge of a precipice, her eyes glazed with terror as shadows writhed at her feet. You must save me, she'd cried, her voice shattering like glass, piercing right through the fabric of sleep, leaving jagged edges of fear etched in my heart. I remember how it felt to reach for her, but her figure slipped through my fingers like sand, leaving me grasping at nothingness. I would not let Uresh slip away too. We were bound by our shared fears, tied together by the invisible thread of our dreams. I could see it in the way his shoulders slumped, as if the world pressed down upon him like a heavy stone. He had the gift of laughter, but the burden of truth. And the truth was as chilling as the night itself. Dreams weren't just figments of our imagination, they were omens wrapped in layers of meaning, messages from the gods, telling us tales of fate yet to unfold. Tonight, I said, urgency spilling from my lips, we must confront it. We cannot let fear silence us. We must seek the oracle. The word hung in the air, a fragile thread woven with hopes and desperation. Uresh nodded, eyes wide, and I felt a spark of purpose ignite between us. Together, we pushed through the shadows, navigating the labyrinthine streets of Babylon, where the air shimmered with tension and the walls seemed to whisper secrets from days long gone. The stars glimmered overhead, mocking us with their distance, a constant reminder of our mortality. In the depths of the temple, the oracle awaited, shrouded in mystery and incense, her voice a soft caress that sent shivers down my spine. What do you seek? She asked, eyes piercing, as if she could see through our very souls. The air crackled with anticipation. Tell us about our dreams, I implored, voice trembling. Tell us if they bear truth. If they are warnings. The oracle's gaze lingered on me, and I felt the weight of her scrutiny, an unseen hand gripping my heart. Your dreams are the echoes of the cosmos, she murmured, a haunting melody that resonated within my bones. They are mirrors reflecting your deepest fears, your truest desires. But beware, the line between a dream and reality is thin, like silk, fraying with each passing moment. Her words wrapped around us, curling like smoke in the dim light. My heart raced, and I dared to ask the question that clawed at my throat. What do they mean? The shadows? The whispers? They are omens, she intoned, each syllable heavy with a weight that felt like a curse. They foretell a reckoning, an event that will shake the very foundations of your world. You must choose your path wisely. Fear twisted in my gut, a knot of uncertainty. We were fragile, but the weight of destiny pressed upon us with a relentless force. Eresha's breath hitched beside me, and I could sense the conflict warring within him, the desire for hope tempered by the suffocating grip of doom. "Can we change it?" he whispered, voice barely audible over the murmurs of fate echoing around us. "Can we rewrite our story?" The oracle's gaze softened, but there was no reassurance in her silence. "You may try, but know that fate is a fickle mistress. Dreams are the brushstrokes of the divine, and even the bravest can be swept away by a single stroke of her hand." The weight of her prophecy settled upon us, a dark cloak that threatened to envelop our very souls. As we left the temple, the shadows of Babylon loomed larger, the city alive with whispers of the past and the chilling uncertainty of the future. I remember the way Eresha's hand brushed against mine, the warmth, the fleeting reminder of the light amidst the encroaching darkness. We didn't speak, words felt insufficient against the enormity of our fears. Instead, we walked together, hearts echoing in the silence, each step a fragile thread binding us to our dreams, our destinies, and the shadows we could not escape. The night deepened, and with it, the certainty that the dreams and omens we chased were more than mere phantoms. They were the very essence of who we were, woven into the fabric of our beings like the stars scattered across the sky. The night was heavy with the weight of silence, thick and suffocating, like the breath of the cosmos itself. I stood on the precipice of the fortress, the ancient stones cool beneath my fingers, a shiver racing down my spine. Below me, the silhouettes of soldiers crept like shadows, their breaths barely a whisper as they waited for the storm to break. This was the moment, the air charged with electricity and dread. Kingship hung in the balance, a fragile glass teetering on the edge of a precipice. I remember the way the moonlight spilled across the courtyard, illuminating faces both fierce and fearful. There was Reginald, the proud knight, whose valour was a mantle he wore like a second skin. But pride can be a brittle armor. He stood there, fists clenched, the ghost of doubt flickering behind his eyes. "What if our king is not the king," he had said earlier, his voice trembling with an uncharacteristic vulnerability. "What if the divine right is but a gilded lie?" His heart thudded like a war drum, echoing through the depths of his soul. I could see it, the way he wrestled with the question, a battle fought in silence. Behind him, Eleanor, strong-willed, a tempest in a woman's form, her brows knitted, lips pressed into a thin line. She had always been the one to speak truth into dark corners, but in this moment, what truth could she offer? "We are nothing more than shadows," she said, her voice trembling like a candle flame. "Shadows in a game played by gods." Gods! The word tasted bitter on my tongue, a reminder of the unseen forces that dictated our fates, rendering us mere pawns on a chessboard of blood and power. And then, with the breath of 1,000 ghosts, a horn sounded, slicing through the stillness, a death knell that resonated deep within my bones. Reginald's face paled, the color draining from his cheeks like a sunset fading into night. The enemy was at the gates, their intent clearer than the stars, a desperate bid to upend the hierarchy we clung to like drowning men to flotsam. "Do you believe in the divine right?" I asked, the words slipping from my lips like a prayer, though I wasn't sure to whom I was praying. Reginald turned to me, the storm of his emotions raging behind his blue eyes. "Belief is a fickle friend," he murmured. "It can turn on you like a knife." How right he was. I remembered the stories, the grand tapestries woven with threads of power and lineage, each king ordained by heaven, each subject bound by fate. Yet here we stood, on the brink of destruction, questioning everything that had been handed down like a fragile heirloom, worn and frayed. The soldiers began to move, a clamor of armor and muted shouts. The tension swelled, a living thing, wrapping around us, squeezing the breath from our lungs. I caught a glimpse of Eleanor, her jaw set, eyes alight with a fire that could not be extinguished. "We fight for a king who may not be worthy," she shouted, her voice ringing clear as a bell. "But we fight for each other. That is our truth." Her resolve was a spark in the darkness, igniting a flicker of hope in my own heart. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of despair creeping in like a thief in the night. The weight of kingship pressed heavily upon us, a shroud made from the very fabric of our existence. Could it truly mean something, this divine right? Or was it merely a pretext under which men wielded power, cloaked in righteousness and deceit? The ground trembled beneath us, a reminder of our fragility. I caught the scent of damp earth mingling with the distant clang of steel, a reminder that life and death often dance too closely together. And in that moment, I remembered the laughter of children, the echoes of joy that felt like a distant dream in the shadow of impending war. Wasn't that what we were fighting for? A future, however uncertain, where laughter could flourish like weeds in a garden choked by fear. Reginald stepped forward, his voice rising above the chaos. I will follow our king, not for his bloodline, but for the hope he inspires. The sincerity in his words enveloped me, warm yet chilling. Could hope be enough? I felt the pulse of uncertainty, a drumbeat that quickened as we braced for the onslaught. Then, suddenly, the gates flew open, a monstrous maw revealing the enemy, thousands of eyes glinting like shards of glass, their intentions shrouded in darkness. The world narrowed, time distorting like a flickering candle. I could see Reginald's determination falter for just a heartbeat, his armor suddenly feeling heavier. Eleanor's hand found his, a lifeline in the storm. Together, she whispered, a mantra that echoed in the void. Together, we face this. And together we charged into the night, hearts pounding, souls entwined in a tapestry of conflict and hope. As swords clashed and the air filled with the cacophony of battle, I felt the weight of our beliefs crashing down around us, a storm of kingship, divine right, and the haunting question that lingered like a ghost. What does it mean to rule, to be ruled? To believe in something greater than ourselves? I clung to that thought as we plunged into the fray, the world blurring around us, but the heart of our struggle beating fiercely, refusing to be snuffed out. In that chaotic dance of life and death, as the shadows loomed ever closer, I realized this was just the beginning. A beginning steeped in blood, breath, and the eternal quest for meaning, a quest that spanned time itself, rippling through history like a haunting melody that would never fade away. And as we fought, I held on to hope that the darkness would not consume us, that we could grasp the fragile threads of kingship and divine right and weave from them a tapestry that spoke not just of power, but of love, of sacrifice, of the shared humanity we all craved. The air was thick with the scent of burnt offerings, smoke curling like a serpent against the night sky. I stood at the edge of the altar, heart pounding as the flickering flames danced, casting shadows that twisted and writhed like lost souls. The sacrifices were already too many, too heavy, each one weighing down the hearts of the living, deepening the grip of fear that clutched the city of Akkad. I could feel the pulse of the cosmos, a heartbeat in sync with my own, echoing ancient tales that seeped through the cracks of forgotten temples. Marduk, the fierce god of our people, loomed large in my mind, a figure both revered and feared. His power surged through the streets like an electrical storm, igniting a fire in our souls but also a dread that hung over us like a funeral shroud. I remember my brother, Naram, his eyes wild with terror, whispering of the dreams he had, of Enlil and his fury, of the floods and the wrath that could descend upon us at any moment. He believed the gods were angry, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he might be right. I remember the stories, I said, desperation creeping into my voice, the tales of how the Sumerians worshipped their deities, how they would appease them with offerings and prayers. But what if it isn't enough? My words hung in the air, heavy as the stillness that followed, broken only by the crackling of the fire. Naram's face turned pale, his hand trembling as he clutched the amulet of Ishtar, the goddess of love and war, a talisman that felt more like a weight than a shield. "Do you think they hear us?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "In the depths of their celestial palaces, do they listen to the cries of the living?" I wanted to believe they did. I wanted to believe that the gods, birthed from the very clay of the earth, felt our pain, shared our struggles, and would not let us drown in our own despair. But doubt gnawed at me like a ravenous beast, and I looked around, seeing the anguished faces of my neighbors, their eyes hollowed by fear and uncertainty. "Every prayer feels like a scream into the void, Naram," I said, frustration spilling from my lips, "but we must keep screaming. Maybe if enough of us scream, they will hear." But deep down, I knew that our cries were drowned out by the weight of history. The Sumerians had painted their deities with vibrant colors, their legends rich with tales of creation and destruction, but here, in Akkad, we wore their stories like shackles, bound to an inheritance that cursed us to repeat their failures. The Epic of Gilgamesh echoed in my mind, a reminder that even the strongest among us fell prey to the passage of time, to the inevitability of death. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from the temple, a sound that reverberated through my bones. The ground shook beneath my feet, and Naram stumbled back, fear etched across his features. I sprinted towards the noise, adrenaline coursing through me like molten lava, a primal urge compelling me to confront whatever darkness had dared intrude upon our sacred space. "Stay close!" I shouted, but the shadows seemed to pull him away, luring him into their depths. I could feel the cold breath of something ancient as I entered the temple, a chill that wrapped around my heart, squeezing tighter with every step. Inside, the murals of the Sumerian gods loomed over me, their eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light, alive with the weight of untold stories. The air was electric, charged with the unseen presence of the divine, and I could feel the tension coiling, a taut string ready to snap. My heart raced as I approached the altar, where remnants of offerings lay scattered like forgotten dreams. Then I saw it, a figure cloaked in darkness stood amidst the chaos, a spectre of fear and unease. "This is the consequence of your hubris," it whispered, an echo of Naram's fears resounding in my ears. "You think you can summon the gods without paying the price? Your city is built on the bones of the past." My breath caught in my throat. I knew this voice. It was not just a spirit of the temple, it was the embodiment of our own doubts, our own failures. "No!" I shouted, defiance igniting within me. "We aren't bound by the mistakes of the Sumerians. We can change. We must change." But the figure chuckled, a sound that chilled me to the core. "You think you are special, that your bloodline can escape the fate woven into your very existence. You carry the weight of their history in your veins, and it will crush you." I turned, searching for Naram, but he was lost in the shadows, his own fears a spectral weight pulling him down into the abyss. "Naram!" I screamed, but the darkness swallowed my voice, a cruel laugh mocking my desperation. In that moment, I felt the pull of the cosmic dance, the stars above seemed to flicker in response. Time warped, memories emerging like ghosts in the night. I could see our ancestors, their faces twisted with anguish, their prayers rising into the sky like smoke, demanding to be heard. They had sacrificed so much, and yet here we stood, a new generation on the precipice of oblivion. I remembered the stories of Inanna, the goddess who descended into the underworld, stripped of her power yet emerging reborn. Could we not do the same? Could we not rise from the ashes of our own despair? With each heartbeat, I felt a flicker of hope amidst the despair, a realization that the past didn't have to dictate our future. But as the shadows tightened around me, I couldn't help but wonder if the gods would grant us that chance, or if we were destined to be mere echoes of a forgotten myth, trapped in a cycle of sacrifice and sorrow, forever haunted by the choices of those who came before us. As the darkness loomed, I felt the weight of inevitability pressing down, and I knew that our confrontation was just beginning. The gods, the myths, the very essence of our being, they were not merely stories to be told, they were the air we breathed, the fire that ignited our spirits, and the chains that bound us to our fate. And though the path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, I could feel the promise of something greater, something worth fighting for, reaching out from the shadows to pull me, and Naram, into the light. The water swelled around them, a restless beast rising to consume the sky. Raindrops fell like stones, each one a judgment, churning the air into a cacophony of shouts and cries. Aida clutched her son, her breath a rapid rhythm against the roaring storm. She could feel the pulse of her heart, drumming louder than the thunder, echoing the fear that seemed to expand like the ocean itself. "Hold on, Malik. We'll find a way." But the words felt hollow, the world was collapsing around them. In the distance, the horizon was swallowed by the darkness of swollen clouds, an expanse of chaos that whispered of ancient tales, of gods hungry for retribution, of men lost to their hubris. Aida had heard the legends, stories passed down like fragile threads from mother to daughter. In her childhood, they danced off the tongue like sweet nectar, but now they were monstrous, grotesque, and tangible. She remembered her grandmother's voice, an echo of warmth in stark contrast to this icy reality. When the waters rise, the truth surfaces. What truth? What could possibly redeem them from this nightmare? Beside her, Asher stood like a rock, though his eyes mirrored the storm. The husband who had once promised her a life of laughter now stood paralyzed by indecision. What do we do?" His voice cracked, fraying like the edges of the world they knew. Aida felt the heat of his fear, a desperate flame licking at the edges of his courage. "We fight," she spat, though the word felt as flimsy as her resolve. She had never fought anything like this. How could she convince him to defy the tide? And the water continued its relentless advance, claiming their village, their home, their history. Aida's fingers trembled, slipping from Malik's tiny hand, and the boy was swallowed by the swell of nightmares, a single drop in an ocean of despair. Panic gripped her like a vice. "Malik," she screamed, a sound torn from the very depths of her being. The name echoed, rippling through the storm, a prayer, a plea, a vulnerability laid bare against the fury of nature. But it wasn't just this moment, this flood. It was the weight of all floods, the stories of Noah, of Gilgamesh, of gods and men wrestling with the very fabric of existence. In every culture, a reckoning. The cosmos had a pulse, a rhythm that matched her own, and yet it felt cruelly indifferent. She thought of the ancient cities, of civilizations rising and falling, of myths spun from fear and hope. Each culture with its flood, each tale a mirror reflecting the darkest corners of humanity. On the brink of despair, Aida's mind spiraled through the tales, each droplet of history spilling into her consciousness. She remembered the Sumerians, their epic whispered of a flood sent to purge the wicked, a divine reset button pressed by a vengeful deity. And even the ancient Greeks, with their deities flinging ships into the abyss, laughed at mortal folly. She could almost hear the echoes of their laughter mingling with the howling wind. Fools, they must have been, she thought bitterly. They knew not how to listen. Asher's hand found hers, a frail lifeline tethering them to a fleeting hope. "We can't let it take him." His voice, once steady, now trembled with the weight of despair. The desperation in his grip sent shivers racing up her spine. She wanted to believe, to fight for Malik's return from the maw of the waters, but every pulse of the storm whispered doubt. "Where is justice in this?" she cried, a raw protest against a universe that seemed to mock their suffering. The water surged again, crashing over their knees, and Aida felt her resolve slip away like grains of sand. In that moment, she caught a glimpse of the world she wished to save, a world filled with laughter, innocence, and the unfaltering bond between mother and son. "I remember the stories of survival," she murmured, more to herself than to Asher. "I remember the great flood of Mesopotamia, the hero who built a boat to save his people." She clung to those words, a fragile thread in the storm's chaos, the echoes of history coiling around her heart. Asher looked at her, eyes wide, a flicker of recognition igniting the depths of his fear. "Then we'll build our own ark." The determination in his voice sent a shiver through her, a spark of courage igniting against the darkness. Perhaps it was a foolish notion, but hope is a reckless flame that flickers stubbornly even in the face of despair. "No," she replied, her voice a whisper lost in the wind. "We must find Malik." The search consumed her, fueled by love and terror, spiraling like the waters that swirled around them. She began to wade deeper, Asher at her side, their hearts racing with every step. "I remember the stories," she repeated, grounding herself in the relics of the past, the weight of 1,000 generations. "I remember, and the flood, this cataclysm, was not just a physical entity. It was the embodiment of fear, of anger, of the raw emotional landscape that had built civilizations and washed them away. It was the reflection of humanity's darkest fears, crafted into a tempest." Aida's heart raced as she realized their own story was woven into this larger tapestry, a thread pulling them into the cosmic dance of creation and destruction. "Listen!" Asher shouted, breaking through her thoughts. A faint cry floated through the tempest, a melody of innocence woven into the chaos. "Malik," they both called, voices rising like prayers to unreachable heavens. It was a desperate hope, a belief that perhaps, just perhaps, this flood was not the end, but the beginning of something new. As the darkness thickened around them, they fought against the tide, against the weight of their fears and the shadows of countless myths that loomed over their heads like harbingers of doom. The clash of their hearts with the storm created a symphony of resolve, echoing through the annals of time, reminding them that every ending is but a doorway to another tale waiting to be told. And in that moment, amid the tempest, as they searched for light, their love became their ark, fragile yet unyielding, a flicker in the ceaseless night. The flood was not just water, it was a reckoning, a test of resolve, a fever dream of survival that would bind them across lifetimes. They would not be lost, they would rise, together, against the vastness of the cosmos, against the ancient tides. And somewhere, just beneath the roar of the storm, they could hear the whispers of the past, of floods that came, and those who survived. It wasn't just their story. It was humanity's tale, written in the water, waiting to be told anew. The air crackles with the scent of iron and ashes, the ground trembling beneath the weight of impending doom. I stand, heart racing, beside Enlil, the god of wind, whose breath whips around us like a serrated blade. He faces the horizon where shadows gather, a mass of soldiers and spectres, their cries merging with the howling wind, a cacophony of despair. I can't tell if the screams are from the living or the damned, but the dread surges in my throat, metallic and bitter, choking any thought of salvation. Why do you tremble? Enlil's voice cuts through the chaos, cold and unyielding. I glance at him, the embodiment of power, yet there's a flicker of doubt in his stormy eyes. It is only war. Only war, those two words carry the weight of centuries, the echo of lost souls and broken dreams. I remember the day I laid eyes on the battlefield, a tapestry of carnage woven with hopes, desperation, and raw fury. I can still hear the clash of bronze against bronze, the guttural cries of men as they fall, each one a whispered prayer to gods who have long forgotten their names. I remember Malu, the fierce warrior with laughter that could light the darkest corners of the world. She stood at the forefront, her spear glinting under the sun, a beacon of strength and defiance. We fight not just for land, but for our very essence, she would declare, her voice fierce, her resolve unshakable. Yet here we are, her body a mere ghost in the wind now, haunting my thoughts as I grapple with the futility of it all. I remember her last moments, the way her spirit flickered like a dying flame, the blood pooling around her, staining the earth red as if it were a canvas for the gods' cruel designs. Did she curse them? Did she cry for vengeance? I can't shake the image, a ghost that lingers in the periphery of my mind, an ever-present reminder of the cost of our choices. The tension thickens like smoke in the air as we brace ourselves. I can almost taste the dread, a bitter reminder of what's to come. My hand trembles, fingers curling around the hilt of my sword, a lifeline to the world that feels like it's unraveling at the seams. I want to scream, to run, to bury myself in the earth and let it swallow me whole. But Malu's laughter echoes in my ears, nudging me forward. We are warriors, not ghosts. Across the field, a figure strides forward, armor gleaming ominously in the waning light, Utu, the sun god, his face a mask of fury and determination. His eyes flicker with the flames of 1,000 suns, illuminating the darkness threatening to consume us. Face your fears, you pitiful wretches, he bellows, his voice resonating like thunder, shaking the very ground we stand upon. What is this life if not a battle? What is there to live for if we do not dare to fight? Yet his words fall like stones into a bottomless well. I want to believe, to feel the fire ignite within me, but all I feel is the crushing weight of inevitability. The silence before the storm feels more like a haunting lullaby, a prelude to a symphony of despair that's about to explode. Malu, my warrior queen, would have laughed at the absurdity of it all. Look at us, fighting over pieces of earth like children squabbling over toys, she'd say, a mischievous grin splitting her face. It was her spirit that ignited a flicker of strength within me, like a candle fighting against the relentless dark. But where is she now? I close my eyes, and I can see her, her hair wild and windswept, her heart beating wildly against the confines of her armor. A heartbeat. A breath. The world balances on the edge of chaos, a fragile line between hope and devastation. This is it, I whisper to myself, pleading for courage as the drums of war begin their ominous march, hammering in my chest like a funeral dirge. The first clash rings out, slicing through the air like a knife. I can't breathe. I can't think. There's no time, only instinct. I run, driven by fear and the desperate hope that somewhere in this madness, I might find Malu again, or at least a fragment of her spirit that will carry me through this abyss. Shouts erupt around me, primal and raw, each cry a testament to the pain etched into our souls. I swing my sword, feeling the weight of history behind each strike. Yet with each enemy that falls, another piece of my heart shatters, leaving behind only echoes of what was. I remember the cosmos, swirling above us, indifferent to our plight. The stars twinkling like eyes watching, judging, as if to say, look at them, lost in their fury, blinded by the need for vengeance. I wonder, will there be any stars left after this night? A flash of steel, a sudden scream, and I feel the hot breath of death on my neck. It's as if the very air around me thickens, suffocating, drowning me in chaos. Through the haze, I see Uta fall, his brilliant light dimming, crumbling to the earth like a flickering candle. The sight makes my heart plummet, an emblem of all that I have loved and lost, all that we have fought for, extinguished in an instant. Rage ignites in my chest, a wildfire that threatens to consume me. I scream, a sound torn from the depths of my despair, and charge forward. I am not just a soldier, I am a vessel of every heart that has beat for love, for freedom, for life. I remember Malu, and the laughter that once filled the air. I remember that we are not just fighting for land, but for the very essence of who we are. And then I'm lost, consumed in the storm of conflict, where every heartbeat is a reminder of what hangs in the balance, teetering on the edge of the abyss. I strike, I fall, I rise, the cycle eternal, unrelenting. And through it all, the ghosts of those we've lost linger in the shadows, waiting for us to remember their names. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the desolate streets, reverberating off the crumbling stone walls that whispered secrets of a forgotten era. Each toll was a heartbeat, pulsing through the cold air, heavy with dread and anticipation. Something was coming. I stood, breath shallow, heart racing, caught between reality and the haunting tales that had haunted my childhood. The Anunnaki. For syllables that rattled the marrow in my bones, conjuring visions of ancient gods cloaked in shadows, their presence palpable yet intangible, like smoke slipping through fingers. In the flickering glow of a dying street lamp, I saw him. David. His silhouette was all sharp angles and jagged edges, a man caught in the throes of a crisis that felt cosmic, as if the universe itself had conspired against him. I watched as he paced, each step a desperate plea to the night, wrestling demons that had long since clawed their way into the recesses of his mind. The truth is out there, he muttered, voice low and scratchy, a wizard trying to cast a spell that felt forever out of reach. His hands trembled, clutching a weathered book, pages yellowed and frayed, tales of the Anunnaki, of ancient astronauts who came to Earth in search of gold, enslaving mankind to mine it from the depths of the Earth. The irony was not lost on me, the weight of history threatened to crush him. I stepped closer, heart pounding against my ribs like a caged bird. David, I whispered, my voice barely a breath, what are you doing? His eyes flickered to me, wild, haunted, as if I were a ghost from his past. The moonlight painted his face with silver, highlighting the despair etched into the lines of his brow. Do you see them? He said, voice cracking, eyes darting to the shadows. They're watching. They always watch. He pointed towards the darkened alley, trembling as if the very shadows might spring to life. My skin prickled. I felt it too, the weight of unseen eyes, the eerie sensation of being observed by forces beyond our comprehension, forces that stirred the very fabric of reality. Then there was Ilara, a fierce soul trapped within the prison of her own doubts. She had once been his beacon, a guiding star that illuminated his darkest nights, but the light had dimmed. I glimpsed her standing at the edge of the street, cloaked in a heavy silence that spoke volumes. Her arms were wrapped around herself, an armor against the chill of loneliness that enveloped her. David, she called, voice trembling, yet fierce like storm clouds. You're losing yourself in these myths. They're just stories. But I could see the truth in her eyes, the very stories that had once brought them together were now tearing them apart. Just stories, he spat, emotion boiling over, fury igniting the air between them. Tell that to the people who disappeared. Tell that to the ones who still hear their voices in their dreams, begging for something that never comes. His words were a tempest, each syllable heavy with the weight of his conviction, truths buried deep within the layers of time, like artifacts waiting to be unearthed. Ilara's face paled, the shadows playing tricks on her features. You're scaring me. Her voice quivered, fingernails digging into her palms, betraying her vulnerability. What if you're wrong? Then I'll die trying to prove I'm right, David shot back, the fire in his eyes igniting my own fear. The world around us felt electric, crackling with the tension of unspoken words, buried secrets clawing to escape. I could feel the pulse of history vibrating beneath our feet, a living thing that thrummed with every heartbeat, every breath. We were standing on the edge of something vast and unknowable, a chasm that could swallow us whole. Time slipped like sand through our fingers, an endless loop of moments stretching into eternity. I remembered my childhood, the stories my grandmother told me in hushed tones, her voice thick with foreboding. They came from the stars, child. They shaped us, ruled us, and now they watch us, always watching. The Anunnaki, their mythos wrapped around my very existence, a ghost that haunted the corners of my mind. I shivered, thinking of the ancient texts I had pored over, the art, the language, all steeped in mystery. David, I said, my voice breaking through the tempest, what if they're not just myths? What if they are a warning? The words hung in the air, a fragile thread, a connection binding us to the unknown. What if we're missing the truth staring us in the face? He turned to me, eyes wild, a glimmer of understanding flashing behind the chaos. You think they want something from us? They've been waiting, watching, and we're just pawns in their game. Maybe, I replied, heart racing with the thrill of the unknown, but what if our search for answers is their game? What if they thrive on our fear? Shadows danced around us as the city lay still, a ghostly echo of history. And then, just as the tension reached its peak, a low rumble shook the earth beneath us, a terrifying reminder of the power we could not comprehend. The sky darkened, clouds swirling ominously overhead, swirling like the chaos in our minds. We have to confront them, David yelled, clutching his book like a talisman, desperately seeking solace in the words of the ancients. Ilara, torn between love and fear, reached out, grasping his arm, her voice a chaotic swirl of emotion. Please, don't do this. But the air crackled with electric anticipation, the night pregnant with the promise of revelations that could change everything. The Anunnaki, gods, aliens, specters of our imagination, loomed just beyond the veil of reality, and we were standing on the precipice, teetering between myth and madness, longing for the truth that might set us free or destroy us completely. And as the storm gathered strength, I could hear the whispers of time itself urging us to step forward into the unknown, where shadows danced and the ancient echoed into the present, urging us to uncover the mysteries that lay just beyond our grasp. The heart of the cosmos throbbed in sync with our fears, and the night promised to answer questions we had yet to ask, each pulse a reminder that some questions are better left unanswered. The air was thick with the sweet smell of incense, cloying yet intoxicating. In the dim light of the moon, a woman stood, her silhouette sharp against the crumbling stones of an ancient temple, the weight of the past pressing down upon her like a shroud. A single tear traced its path down her cheek, glistening like the sacred oil used to anoint the statues of gods while shadows danced around her, whispering secrets of the forgotten. She was Ishtar, goddess of love and war, yet here she was, alone, battling an internal tempest that roared louder than any battlefield clash. I remember the stories, the legends that spoke of her fierce determination, her relentless quest for power. But beneath her divine armor lay a gaping wound, one that pulsed with the agony of betrayal. All around her, the echoes of her father, Anu, loomed like thunder, reminding her that in this world, even a goddess could be a pawn. The gods had their own agendas, and Ishtar was entwined in theirs, shackled by the expectations of femininity that felt like chains around her heart. And there was Ninsun, the wise mother of Gilgamesh. She stood at the threshold of her dreams, a seeress with visions that twisted and turned like the smoke of the incense. Her heart fluttered like a trapped bird in her chest. I see the dangers, she whispered to the wind, but they do not listen. The men of the city, intoxicated by their own ambition, dismissed her warnings as if they were mere ramblings of a woman too steeped in the past. Yet Ninsun's eyes glinted with a fierce light, a reminder that she carried the weight of prophecy, her love for her son intertwining with a mother's primal fear. I remember the heat of the sun as it scorched the land, and with it, the hope that flickered in Ninsun's heart. She wanted to protect Gilgamesh from becoming a tyrant, a shadow of the hero he could be, yet her voice trembled like autumn leaves in a storm. Would he heed her? Would he turn a blind eye to the poison of power? The spectre of her sun-turned king danced in her mind, a haunting figure cloaked in glory yet suffocating under the weight of a crown. In the depths of the night, Ishtar and Ninsun's paths would converge, their destinies tangled like the wild vines that crept through the cracks of the temple walls. The moon hung low, a witness to their pain, their shared struggles. "You are more than what they expect of you," Ishtar would gasp, her voice raw, her spirit aflame. A bond formed, fierce and flawed, like the twisted roots of an ancient tree. "You know the power you wield, don't you, Ninsun? We are not just vessels, we are storm and sea. What happens when the storm consumes us?" Ninsun would hesitate, fear-etching lines across her brow. "What happens when love turns to ash?" But within the shadows of their conversation, a spark ignited. They were not alone, other women whispered through history, their voices rising like the tide, echoing through time. I remember hearing of the priestesses, guardians of knowledge and desire, who danced under the stars, their bodies moving in synchrony with the cosmos. How they sang of creation and destruction, of birth and death, all while men watched in awe and fear. They were powerful, yet shackled by societal norms, their songs drowned out by the clamor of war drums. Yet they persisted, their voices a haunting melody that lingered in the air, a reminder of their existence. In the thick of anguish, Ishtar would scream against the heavens, demanding recognition. "I am not merely a mother or lover, I am the storm. I am the wind that tears mountains asunder." Her cries echoed, a challenge ringing through the night, but the silence that followed was suffocating, a cold reminder of the boundaries imposed upon her. The city of Uruk felt like a cage. I remember the walls closing in, painted with the blood of those who dared to cross the line. Gilgamesh raged against his fate, caught in a dance of power and pride, his mother's warnings fading into the background of his ambitions. Would he become the tyrant she feared? Would her love turn into a curse? Ninsun knew the truth, yet she faced the onslaught of chaos with her head held high, the fire of courage igniting within her. "I will not be silenced," she vowed, her heart swelling with defiance against the crushing weight of fate. Each heartbeat resonated with the memories of her ancestors, women of strength and wisdom who had danced with the cosmos, who had lived and died fighting for their place in a world that often refused to see them. And in those moments, when the winds howled like lost souls, Ishtar and Ninsun would find solace in each other, their hearts intertwining amidst the chaos. They were warriors, not just in body but in spirit. "Let us carve our names into history, not as shadows, but as flames," Ishtar vowed, her eyes aflame with determination. "Let them remember us." But the uncertainty loomed ever closer, and the tides turned, dragging them into a whirlpool of emotion and conflict. I remember the night Ninsun dreamt of her son, crowned and lost, his eyes dark with the weight of his choices. The shadows crept closer, clawing at her heart, whispering that fate was already sealed. "What if I fail him?" she would plead into the void, the answer echoing back like the ominous chime of an ancient clock. And Ishtar stood at the precipice, the battle between love and ambition raging within her. I remember the blood, the glory, the sacrifice, she whispered to the stars, her voice trembling with a bittersweet melody. "Each choice leads us deeper into the abyss, yet I will not falter." The night thrummed with tension, the air alive with the pulse of their desires and fears. The clash was coming, a storm that would shake the foundations of their world. And as the moon hung low, a witness to their plight, Ishtar and Ninsun braced themselves, knowing they were not merely women in a male-dominated myth, they were the embodiment of change, the harbingers of a new dawn. In that moment, I felt the weight of their stories slipping through the cracks of time, like sand through my fingers. Their struggle was not just theirs, it was ours. It was the heartbeat of 1,000 generations, echoing in every corner of existence. Their pain, their victories, their love, all woven into the fabric of a world that was waiting, yearning, for a revolution born from the ashes of the past. The night was still, but the storm was rising. The time for confrontation was drawing near. The air crackled with anticipation, and I could feel it in my bones. And I knew, deep down, there would be no turning back. The sun hung like a dying ember in the sky, casting long shadows across the cracked earth. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, as the distant howl of a wolf pierced the uneasy silence. The air buzzed with an electric tension, a warning. Nearby, the figure of a man loomed, his hands trembling, eyes wild as they flicked between the shadows and the horizon. His name was Uresh, and he bore the weight of a secret that clawed at his insides, a truth that threatened to unravel everything he had ever known. In the fading light, I remembered the stories told in hushed tones, how animals, in their primal purity, were messengers of the divine, harbingers of fate. The serpent, with its slick, glistening scales, symbolized wisdom twisted with deceit, a reminder that knowledge often came with a poison bite. The eagle, soaring high above the desolation, embodied freedom but also carried the blood of the fallen, a sharp talon poised to strike when least expected. And there I was, lost among the grotesque reminders of these creatures, feeling the pulse of something ancient stir within me. "Uresh," I whispered, my voice trembling. "What have you done?" His laughter was hollow, a sound that echoed in the stillness like the final notes of a dirge. "It wasn't me." "It was the fox," he gasped, clutching his chest, breath coming in short, frantic bursts. It burrowed into my mind, whispered lies and truths that twisted together like a thorn vine. Before I could process his words, a sudden rustle in the reed sent a chill down my spine. The shadows lengthened, stretching like ghostly fingers reaching for me. The tension mounted, I felt the weight of unseen eyes upon us, as if the spirits of those long past were watching, judging. "Animals are more than mere symbols, you know," he continued, his voice lowering to a conspiratorial hush. "They are layers of ourselves. The lion, they say, represents strength, the strength we fear we don't possess. But the truth is, we're more like the mouse. Small, trembling, scurrying from the shadows." I wanted to laugh, to shake off the gloom that enveloped us, but the irony gnawed at my insides. I remembered the tales, the curious appeal of the raven, a creature of darkness, a trickster that danced between the realms of the living and the dead. The thought of it sent shivers coursing through me. What if the raven were truly watching now, waiting for its moment to swoop down, to claim us both? Then she appeared, Ninsen, a figure draped in the ghostly white of a moonlit night. Her presence was like a storm, potent yet calming, a whirlwind of emotions barely contained. Her eyes sparkled with unshed tears, reflecting an inner turmoil that mirrored my own. "You have to face it, Uresh," she urged, her voice thick with an emotion that threatened to spill over. "The owl is here. It sees what we don't want to see." The owl, the omen of death and foresight, with its haunting gaze that pierced the veil between worlds. A chill swept through the air, and I felt the weight of inevitability settle on my chest. Uresh's eyes darted to her, revealing a tempest of fear, love, and the unmistakable scent of desperation. "I remember," he said, his voice quaking, "when the goat led us to the river. I thought it was a sign, a promise of new life." But now, his words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, an unyielding truth that threatened to crush him. "I remember," I echoed, feeling the memories flood back like a tide. I remember the way the lamb bleated softly, how it felt like a lullaby for a restless soul. The echoes of our shared past wove a tapestry of emotions, joy wrapped in sorrow, hope entwined with despair. Each word fell heavy, like stones cast into the depths of a darkened well. Uresh stepped closer to me, a desperate plea written in the lines of his face, his breath warm and shaky against the chilling evening air. But the shadows loomed, dark and hungry, as the wolf's distant howl pierced the night once more, a reminder that the hunt was never far away. It was then that I felt it, a surge of clarity, a moment suspended in time. We were not just trespassers in this world of beasts, we were part of their narrative, woven into a fabric thicker than blood. Ninsen's eyes widened, a flicker of hope igniting within the depths of despair. "Do you see it now?" she asked, her voice a fragile thread cutting through the chaos. "The bear, the protector, the guardian of dreams. We must embrace who we are, the wild within us all." My heart raced, beating in sync with the primal rhythm of the animals that whispered their truths in the dark corners of our minds. "But what if we can't?" I breathed, feeling the dread creep in like a fog. "What if we become what we fear?" "Then we become legends," Uresh replied, his voice surging with newfound strength. "As the animals do. They live, they die, and their stories linger, echoing through the ages. The night whispered secrets, and the stars blinked above, indifferent to our plight." But I felt a shift, the wildness inside responding to the call of the creatures that roamed both the earth and our hearts. The confrontation was nearing, the moment when everything would unravel or bind us together in a tapestry woven from the threads of fate. I wasn't just a witness. I was a participant in this chaotic dance of destruction and rebirth. The symbols of the animals breathed around us, urging us to take a stand, to confront our fears, our desires, our very existence. As we stood there, the shadows thickening, the howl of the wolf echoing in the distance, I understood. The emotional climax was not far off, it loomed over us like a storm gathering strength. Would we embrace it or let it sweep us away into the abyss? In that moment, with Uresh and Ninsen at my side, I knew the answer wouldn't be simple. The raw intensity of the night enveloped us, threatening to consume. But within that darkness, perhaps, just perhaps, lay the flickering light of our own truths, the truths that would shape our destinies and echo through the ages, like the tales of the creatures whose spirits danced in the shadows. The air was thick with an unsettling stillness, as if the universe itself held its breath. Shadows danced across the cracked walls of the ancient city, where the scent of wet earth mingled with the acrid tang of burning incense. It was here, in the heart of Akkad, that the dead were more than memory, they were presence, haunting the living with their wishes and warnings. I could feel the pulse of the city beneath my feet, a heartbeat echoing the terror and tenderness of life and death. I remember how the moon hung low that night, a sickly yellow orb casting ghostly light upon the cobbled streets. Anu, the god of the heavens, watched with indifferent eyes, while below, two souls grappled with the weight of existence. There was Ishara, a priestess, her brow furrowed in concentration, her heart pounding like a war drum. She clutched a small clay tablet, its surface etched with the names of the departed, names that twisted in her mind like tendrils of smoke. Each breath she took was a reminder of the fragile boundary between this world and the next, and each name whispered in her ear, beckoning for remembrance, a haunting echo that wouldn't let her go. And then there was Naram, a soldier draped in the remnants of his own glory, dressed in the tattered pride of victories long past. He stood at the edge of the city, gazing into the darkness beyond, where the underworld beckoned. I could see his jaw clenched tight, teeth grinding against the weight of memories, the faces of fallen comrades flickering like candle flames behind his eyes. The night was alive with their laughter, yet his heart ached with the knowledge that laughter drowned in blood would forever haunt him. I remember the day I killed, Naram muttered, his voice a ragged whisper carried by the wind. Not for glory, not for honor, but to survive. The weight of that confession hung between them, a chasm of guilt and sorrow. Ishara turned to him, her eyes aflame with empathy. We are all haunted, Naram. The dead linger because we let them. Her voice trembled with the intensity of her own fears, the shadows of her past creeping closer, ready to engulf her. As they stood on the precipice of despair, the air thickened with unspoken words. The city of Akkad, once vibrant and alive, now felt like a mausoleum, a cavern of lost dreams and unfulfilled promises. I could almost taste the bitterness of regret on my lips, a reminder that every life is but a thread in a tapestry woven with the fibers of joy and grief. The night deepened, stretching its fingers into the corners of their souls. In that silence, the very cosmos seemed to conspire against them, stars twinkling like mocking eyes, each shimmer a reminder of what was lost. Ishara touched the tablet again, her fingers brushing over the names, searching for strength. The afterlife is not a curse, Naram. It is a promise. They wait for us. They need us to remember. But what if they are angry? He retorted, his voice breaking. What if they want vengeance? His heart raced, the pulse of an impending storm thrumming through him. The thought of the dead rising, an army of souls demanding justice, sent chills racing down his spine. Every soldier knows the fear of the afterlife, the whispers of those who died too young, too violently, echoing in the back of their minds. They are there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the world to forget, so they can take back what was taken from them. Ishara stepped closer, her resolve unyielding. They are not our enemies. They are our guides. We must honor them, not with fear, but with remembrance. Her voice wrapped around him like a lifeline, igniting a flicker of hope in the darkness. We must perform the rituals, the offerings. For in every prayer, every grain of incense, we hold the power to soothe their restless spirits. Tension crackled in the air, palpable and electric. A flicker of movement in the shadows caught Naram's eye, an indistinct figure slipping through the veil of night. Panic surged through him, every instinct screaming to flee, but he stood rooted, his heart pounding like a war drum, drowning out the whispers of the dead. What if they want to drag us down with them? He gasped, fear clawing at the edges of his mind. Ishara placed a steadying hand on his arm. We cannot let fear bind us. They may seek consolation, they may seek understanding. We owe it to them. The weight of her words pressed heavily upon him, the gravity of responsibility settling like a shroud. Ishara turned her gaze toward the horizon, where the first light of dawn threatened to break. We are the bridge, Naram. The living carry the memories of the dead. If we falter, they will be lost to darkness forever. She drew a deep breath, letting it out slowly, a fragile balance of hope and despair dancing within her. Suddenly, a wail pierced the night, a haunting cry that reverberated through the air, chilling them to the bone. It was the voice of a soul who had not found peace, a reminder that the afterlife was not a distant land but a visceral reality interwoven with their own. Naram staggered back, his heart racing. We cannot stay here. We must leave. No. Ishara's voice rang out, fierce and unwavering. We must confront it. We cannot run from our past. The ground beneath them trembled, a pulse of energy coursing through the very fabric of the city, a reminder that the spirits were restless, and they were waiting. The fear clawed up Naram's throat, yet there was something more, an undeniable pull, a curiosity that smoldered beneath the surface. Together, Ishara said, her voice steady, unwavering as the dawn began to break. We will honor them. We will find peace. As the shadows stretched and twisted in the light of the rising sun, the boundaries of life and death blurred. The dead were not gone, they lingered, their whispers becoming a symphony of longing and love, of sorrow and strength. In that moment, the air shifted, thick with the weight of what was to come, the night surrendering to the dawn. And in the heart of ancient Akkad, the battle between remembrance and forgetfulness raged on, a ceaseless struggle echoing through the ages. The afterlife was not an end, but a beginning, a haunting melody that would linger long after the last note faded away. A chill slithered through the cobblestone streets of Uruk, winding its way between the shadows of crumbling walls, where the forgotten whispers of ancient gods clung like cobwebs. I stood transfixed, a mere spectre among the living, as I watched Gilgamesh, the mighty king, wrestle with the ghosts of his own making. His rage was a tempest, wild and consuming, a force of nature that mirrored the very chaos of existence. The sky crackled with the tension of impending doom, an electric hum reverberating against my skin. I remember the night he lost Enkidu, the wild man fashioned from earth and dreams, whose laughter once echoed like a songbird through the dense, lonesome air. Gilgamesh had stood above the grave, chest heaving, eyes wild and hollow, his fists clenched like a caged animal. The earth trembled beneath him, the very soil mourning a bond that transcended the mortal coil. I remember the silence that followed, thick and suffocating. It was as if the universe held its breath, suspended in that heartbeat of loss, an eternity compressed into a single moment. You left me, he roared, a primal cry that shattered the night. You left me alone with the weight of the crown, with the burden of mortality. Each word was a knife, carving into the fabric of his soul, and I felt the sharpness of his grief echo within me. I could taste the bitterness of his regret, a sour tang that lingered long after the echoes of his voice faded into the starlit sky, those indifferent, cold witnesses to his pain. There was something haunting about their bond, a fragile thread connecting the wild and the civilized, the man and the beast. Enkidu, who had roamed with the animals, who knew the pulse of the earth as deeply as he knew his own heart. And Gilgamesh, a man forged from the fires of ambition and arrogance, a king who sought glory as one might seek the warmth of a long-lost love. They were two sides of a coin, spinning relentlessly in the air, never quite landing, always caught in the tension between dominance and vulnerability. I remember the first fight they had, wild and reckless, their bodies colliding like thunderclaps. It was a battle not for supremacy, but for connection, a struggle to understand each other amidst the chaos of their worlds. Their laughter rang through the night, a cacophony of joy and rage, until it stopped abruptly, swallowed by the shadows. And now, those shadows were creeping closer, gnawing at the edges of Gilgamesh's sanity. What is the point of this life? He screamed to the stars, the tears glimmering like celestial bodies in his eyes. What is the point of being a king if I cannot escape death? What glory awaits a man whose name is but dust? The heartache in his voice was tangible, a mournful hymn that resonated in the marrow of my bones. Then came the spectre, a figment wrapped in dread, lurking just beyond the flames of his tormented mind. It was the unyielding truth of mortality, whispering promises of oblivion. I could see it clawing at him, the way shadows stretch and twist in twilight, threatening to consume him whole. I felt the chill as he turned, eyes wide, searching for something, anything to anchor him in this cruel, fleeting existence. I must find immortality, he declared, a frantic glint igniting in his gaze. I will not be forgotten, not like him. The desperation poured from him, an unrelenting tide that threatened to drown us all. It was a search that would lead him across deserts of despair and mountains steeped in legends, a pilgrimage that would test the very limits of his humanity. In the company of a broken heart, I turned to the third in this triangle of despair, Ishtar, the goddess, radiant yet terrifying, poised between love and vengeance, her heart a battlefield. She had watched, her silver gaze piercing through the veil of mortality, aching to be desired. But what is love for a man who seeks to defy the gods, she mused to herself, her voice a melodic echo of longing and frustration. I remember the moment when Gilgamesh dared to reject her, a moment heavy with both rebellion and the thrill of freedom. He stood, a titan against the cosmos, defiant yet unaware of the tempest he had unleashed. Ishtar's fury was swift, a storm raging within her as she unleashed the bull of heaven upon him, a manifestation of wrath, a cataclysm born from the ashes of their broken connection. Come, let us witness the chaos, I thought, the anticipation curling in my stomach like a serpent poised to strike. I felt the air thicken with grief and rage, a symphony of emotions playing on the strings of fate as the ground trembled beneath the weight of their shadows. Gilgamesh charged forward, a warrior painted in the hues of his own despair, and I felt the energy pulsating through him, a raw, primal fire that ignited the night. As the battle raged on, I was drawn deeper into the fray, caught in the maelstrom of their emotions. I felt the pulse of life and death intertwining, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of existence. Memories flickered like distant stars, laughter shared, tears shed, dreams woven in the fabric of time, and I realized this was the essence of heroism, the eternal struggle against the inevitable. I remember how, even amidst the chaos, I could hear the quiet questioning of the cosmos, whispering truths beyond comprehension. What does it mean to be a hero? It seemed to ask. Is it the victories that echo through the ages, or the scars that mark the soul? With every clash of steel, every cry of anguish, I felt the weight of their stories, their flaws, their heartaches, all interwoven like the very threads of fate. The legacy of Gilgamesh was not in his conquests, nor in the thrones he built, but in the raw, unvarnished reality of his humanity. And as the dust settled, I knew this was only the beginning. The echoes of their struggles would ripple through time, a testament to the complexities of love, loss, and the eternal dance with destiny. As I stood at the precipice of their world, heart pounding, I knew that the real journey was just beginning. The air crackled with an unsettling silence, heavy and pregnant with anticipation. In the heart of the forest, the trees stood like silent sentinels, their gnarled branches clawing at the darkening sky. Shadows danced around Amora as she clutched her lute, fingers trembling against the strings, each heartbeat a drumroll in her chest. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the world in shades of blood and ash, and she could feel the cool breath of the night whispering secrets in her ear. I remember the stories, she breathed, her voice a ghostly echo against the ancient trunks, the ones woven through time like threads in a tapestry, each thread a note, each note a heartbeat. In the shadows, Aemon lingered, his soul caught in a war between despair and hope. He watched Amora with eyes that had seen too much, memories flickering behind them like stars dying in the vastness of the cosmos. What if they don't hear, he murmured, his voice cracking like brittle bones. What if the music dies with us? She turned to him, her gaze piercing, and for a moment, the forest held its breath. Then we'll sing louder. We are the echoes of our ancestors, Aemon. We carry their pain and their joy. The forest sighed, a breath of wind rustling the leaves, but they couldn't drown out the urgency thrumming in Amora's veins. She felt it, the weight of history, the burden of countless voices begging to be heard. Poetry lived in her bones, each line a pulse, each stanza a flicker of life against the encroaching darkness. And there it was, the first note, a trembling whisper that escaped her lips, carrying the weight of 1,000 forgotten tales. It wove through the air, piercing the night, wrapping around Amon like a silken thread of light. With every chord, he felt the shadows retreating, the ghosts of their past shimmering like fireflies. But shadows have a way of clinging, and beneath his bravado, doubt festered like a wound. I remember, he whispered, lost in the spiral of his own thoughts. I remember when the songs were enough to keep the monsters at bay, but now, Amora, they only grow louder. Yet she pressed on, her voice rising, igniting the stillness around them. Let them come. Let them hear the lament of our hearts. For every creature that lurks in the darkness, there is a song that can pierce its cold embrace. The rhythm surged, a heartbeat that crescendoed into the night, and the forest responded, a wild dance of rustling leaves and snapping twigs, a symphony of nature echoing her defiance. Amon felt it, the pulse of his despair entwining with her fervor, rallying against the tide of fear. He stepped forward, and the shadows shifted, writhing at the periphery like restless phantoms. I wish I could believe in your songs, he said, the weight of his soul pressing down like stone. But what if the music is gone? What if they've silenced it forever? Amora's eyes blazed with a fierce light, an ember in the gathering dark. Then we will become the music, Amon. We will carve our voices into the very fabric of existence until they cannot be erased. The words hung in the air, electric, charged with an intensity that sent shivers racing down his spine. Amon could feel the fear slipping through the cracks of his resolve, and somewhere deep inside, a spark ignited, a hope so fragile yet fierce enough to melt the ice encasing his heart. I remember, he dared to whisper again, this time with a tremor of belief. I remember our ancestors, their songs echoing through the mountains, their stories etched in every stone, in every breath. As Amora strummed the strings, a haunting melody unfurled, weaving between worlds, threading through the fabric of time. It spoke of loss and longing, of battles fought and hearts shattered, of hope ignited like a wildfire in the dead of winter. Each note was a prayer, a plea, a promise, resilience blooming from the ashes like flowers in a desolate wasteland. The forest swayed, shadows twisting and swirling, as if drawn to the very essence of her voice. They were no longer alone, the spirits of their forebears rose, a chorus of unseen souls joining the fray, their whispers mingling with the music, urging them forward. But even as the melody reached its zenith, a chill crept in, palpable and heavy, dragging its fingers across their skin. Amon turned, a sudden dread coiling in his gut. A figure emerged from the darkness, a towering silhouette with eyes like spectral flames. Do you think your songs can save you? The figure rasped, an otherworldly echo reverberating through the trees. Do you think the music of the past can ward off the shadows of today? Amon's heart raced, the fear clawing at his throat. This was the embodiment of his nightmares, the silence that would swallow them whole. He felt Amora's hand on his arm, a steadying force, and together they faced the embodiment of despair. I remember, she said fiercely, her voice unwavering, the power of every note, every word etched in the air. We are not simply the echoes of the past, but the architects of the future. The haunting melody surged again, intertwining their voices, weaving a tapestry that glimmered in the encroaching dark. It was a prayer, a rebellion, a promise that life, and the stories that bound them, would not be lost. They sang as if the very fabric of existence depended on it, their hearts beating in rhythm with the pulse of the universe, an anthem against the silence. Yet the shadows loomed, an ever-present threat, and the confrontation spiraled into an emotional storm, a tempest swirling with a wild intensity that threatened to consume them. They stood at the precipice, bound together by the music, yet forever teetering between light and dark. Time twisted and folded around them, memories flashing like shooting stars, dreams colliding with reality. There was no conclusion, no end, only the echo of their voices reverberating in the night, the haunting reminder that the battle between light and dark was never truly finished. The moon hung low in the obsidian sky, an eye peering through the veil of night. Shadows crawled over the cracked stones of the ancient city, whispering secrets of those who had come before. I stood there, heart pounding, trapped in a moment where the past intertwined with the present. The air crackled with tension, as if the gods themselves paused to witness the impending chaos that would unfold. Before me, two figures stood defiantly against the encroaching darkness, their fates hanging by a thread. Enkidu, a wild man forged from the earth, his heart a storm of raw emotion, glared at Gilgamesh, the king whose arrogance had carved him into a legend. The tension between them was palpable, two souls aching for connection yet drowning in their own despair. I remember the day we met. Enkidu spat, his voice a guttural growl, like thunder rolling across the plains. You think you know strength, but you wear it like a crown, a mask, hiding the coward inside. Gilgamesh clenched his fists, the weight of his own legacy crushing him. And you think you're free? A beast in the wild, shackled by your own ignorance. His words echoed through the streets, calling forth the ghosts of past mistakes, the lovers betrayed, the lives extinguished. He felt it, the familiar tug of temptation. The allure of power that coursed through his veins like fire, igniting his ambition and blinding him to the truth. Around them, the forgotten city trembled, a silent witness to the tumultuous battle not just between these two warriors, but within themselves. I could see it, the flicker of fear in Gilgamesh's eyes, the way he clung to his throne as if it were a lifeline. What do you seek, Enkidu? Revenge? Or redemption? There was desperation laced in his declaration, a plea hidden beneath the bravado. Redemption. Enkidu's laughter was hollow, a sound that echoed too loudly in the night, like a bell tolling for the damned. What do you know of it? You've taken everything from me. I was free, a creature of the wild. But your arrogance shackled me. And there it was, the haunting truth that reverberated in the silence, the burden of guilt that loomed over both men like a specter. They were bound by the same thread, the fear of losing themselves to the very temptations they sought to conquer. As the moonlight bathed the scene in a ghostly glow, hints of a deeper darkness lurked just beneath the surface, a whispering promise of power, of immortality, beckoning Gilgamesh with a seductive whisper. I felt his heartbeat quicken, the pull of temptation tightening like a noose around his throat. With each passing moment, I could sense his resolve wavering, caught in the shifting shadows of his own desires. Do you think the gods care for us? He asked, his voice faltering, the bravado slipping away like sand through fingers. They toy with us, give us dreams that become nightmares. A chilling reminder that even the mightiest fall, and the mighty king felt small beneath the weight of his own history. Enkidu stepped closer, his wild eyes flashing with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. You don't understand. They've mocked us, laughed at our folly. What is it worth to rule a kingdom when you know you are but a fleeting shadow? The words hung heavy in the air like an unspoken truth. Redemption and temptation danced around them, a deadly pair entwined in a macabre waltz, and I could feel the earth beneath us shudder as if it too felt the weight of their choices. They were both flawed, each seeking something beyond their grasp, driven by desires that gnawed at their souls. Gilgamesh, with the heart of a lion yet the fragility of glass, longed for immortality but feared the legacy he'd leave behind. Enkidu, wild and untamed, sought to reclaim his lost freedom, yet was enslaved by the very rage that burned within him. I remember the way the stars flickered, as though the cosmos held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of wills. The world spun around us, time flowing like a river, but in this moment, it felt suspended, the sky a canvas painted in shades of fear, regret, and longing. And then, the whisper of a choice, one forged in the fires of desperation. You think power is strength, Enkidu said, his voice breaking, but it is merely a feather in the storm. True power is found in vulnerability, in facing the shadows within. Gilgamesh recoiled as if struck, the truth cutting deeper than any blade. A flurry of memories rushed through him, faces of those he had lost, echoes of laughter now silenced, the price of his ambition. It was agony, and yet, within that agony, a spark of hope flickered. Perhaps, his voice trembled, realization dawning like the first light of dawn, soft but insistent. Perhaps we can find a way through this darkness. Together. In that instant, the shadows shifted, the air thick with the weight of possibility. It was a fragile thread, easily severed, yet it pulsed with a deep yearning, a plea for redemption that resonated far beyond the walls of the city. As their eyes locked, I felt the world around us shift. The ancient stones beneath my feet seemed to hum with the stories of those who had walked this path before. The echoes of their struggles were etched into the very fabric of existence, but here, in this moment, a new tale began to unfurl, a tale of temptation and redemption, two souls entwined in an eternal struggle against the abyss. And just as I thought I could breathe again, a chilling breeze swept through the streets, carrying with it a promise of a reckoning. The sky darkened, and the shadows lengthened, a reminder that every choice has its price. The confrontation was inevitable, the stakes rising higher with every heartbeat. I stood breathless, suspended in this moment of raw emotion, knowing that the path forward was fraught with peril. But this story, this haunting dance between temptation and redemption, this was far from over. The night was alive with possibility, and I was caught in its grip, longing for the next pulse, the next breath, the next truth. The chaos had only just begun. The moon hung low, a watchful eye in the obsidian sky, where whispers of ancient gods danced like shadows across the wind. I stood at the edge of the city, my heart a drum, pounding against the silence that wrapped around me like a suffocating shroud. The streets were empty, echoing with the ghosts of the past. I could almost hear them, the cries of Ishtar, the fierce goddess, whose love was as wild as the storm, and Marduk, the king of the gods, wielding his power with a breathless intensity. They had woven a tapestry of tales that spanned millennia, their essence lingering in the very air I breathed. "Why do you linger here?" a voice pierced through my thoughts. It was Naram, his eyes a tempest of despair and yearning. He was a man haunted by the weight of destiny, burdened by the knowledge of his lineage. In the light of the flickering torch, I saw the flicker of a soul caught between glory and ruin, the son of a warrior, shaped by the mythos of a civilization that had risen and fallen like the tide. Do you not feel it? The pull of their stories, the need to escape into their embrace. I remember, I replied, the words slipping from my lips with a tremor. I remember the tales they told, how the sun god's rays could burn through the darkness, how he fought chaos and emerged in triumphant light. But here, in this city, I feel only shadow. He stepped closer, the agony in his gaze cutting deeper than any sword. But that shadow is ours. It defines us. We are the children of Akkad, molded by their fables and failures. We are cursed and blessed to carry their echoes. His voice cracked, the weight of his lineage suffocating him. We are haunted, but we must learn to live with the ghosts. As he spoke, the air grew heavy with the remnants of ancient curses, the warnings of gods betrayed. I thought of Shamash, the sun god, who once ruled the heavens with justice but now watched us from beyond, a silent witness to our struggles. Each flicker of the flame around us felt like a heartbeat, each heartbeat a reminder of the stories that had shaped civilizations, of love and betrayal, of life and death, of ritual and sacrifice. I can't escape, I whispered, the truth clawing at my throat. Every night, I lie awake, my mind a battlefield of dreams where I see the ancient kings, their faces twisted in torment, their dreams shattered like glass. I carry their stories, but they weigh so heavily, Naram. I fear they will consume me. A chill swept through the air, a premonition, as if the very ground beneath us trembled with the pulse of forgotten gods. Shadows flickered, and in that moment, I sensed the presence of Babylon herself, the once great city, now an echo of its former glory. It loomed large in our minds, a testament to the rise and fall of empires, rich with the mythos of the Akkadian world. What is the price of their legacy? I asked, a quiver of dread threading through my voice. Everything, Naram breathed, his confession both a relief and a burden. We give our hearts, our souls to the gods. And in return, we hope for understanding, for clarity in our chaotic world. They teach us through pain, through loss, through the blood that is spilled upon the earth. I could see it then, the invisible threads of connection binding us to the past, the weight of expectation heavy on our shoulders. The stories were more than mere tales, they were warnings, lessons of hubris and humility. What if we are doomed to repeat their mistakes? I asked, feeling the dread pull in my stomach like quicksand. Naram's face hardened, determination igniting in his eyes. Then we must confront it. We are the storytellers now. We hold the power to reshape the narrative. But first, we must wrestle with our own demons. The gods may have left, but their essence lingers in us, shaping our choices, our fears. In that moment of vulnerability, I caught a glimpse of the reflection in his eyes, a haunting mix of hope and terror. Our lives were threads woven into the vast tapestry of existence, each thread carrying the weight of history, echoing the struggles of those who came before us. I remember the words of the ancient sages, their warnings echoing like the toll of a distant bell. The gods are always watching. They see our weaknesses, our frailties, and they will test us. A sudden gust of wind swept through the alley, rattling the torches and sending shivers through my spine. The air crackled with tension, and I could almost hear the echoes of the past, the clash of swords, the prayers of the faithful, the laughter of children unaware of the darkness lurking in the corners of their world. "Are we their puppets?" I whispered, the fear clawing at my throat. Naram's expression hardened, his resolve like a shield against the encroaching night. "No. We are the authors of our fate. We must confront the myths, embrace their truths, and carve our own paths." His voice took on a fervent edge, a flame igniting in the depths of his soul. "We are not defined by the shadows of the past, but by how we rise from them." I felt the weight of his words settle in my chest, a spark of hope igniting amidst the suffocating darkness. Could we truly rewrite the narrative? Could we change the course of history, or were we fated to repeat the cycles of madness and despair? As I met his gaze, I felt a sudden surge of determination. The stories of Akkad were not merely relics, they were a map, guiding us through the labyrinth of existence. We had to confront the darkness, to face the gods with our flawed, imperfect humanity. It was time to weave our own tales, to break free from the shackles of the past. And so we stood, two souls adrift in the echoes of Akkadian mythology, facing the abyss with courage and defiance. The city whispered around us, an ancient heartbeat echoing through time, and in that moment, we became part of the story, a story waiting to unfold, a story that would reach through the ages and touch the hearts of those who dared to listen. The night loomed heavy, the weight of our journey pressing down, but beneath it all, a flicker of hope burned brightly, illuminating our path through the shadows. The moon hung low, a cruel silver eye, casting its haunting glow over the ancient city of yore. I was there, feeling the chill of the night seep into my bones, each shiver a reminder that something was coming. The air crackled with tension, thick like smoke from the sacrificial fires, swirling memories of gods and monsters weaving through the shadows. In the heart of the city, where the ziggurat rose like a defiant finger to the heavens, I stood, breath hitching in my throat. There, beneath a tapestry of starlight, was Enlil, the storm god, fierce and proud, his presence palpable as thunder rumbling in a far-off storm. I could almost hear his voice, echoing through the ages, resonating with a power that made my heart race. But it wasn't his voice that drove fear into my chest. It was the whispers of the people. Their eyes flickered with desperation, their dreams shattered like clay tablets. It was a moment suspended in agony, where hope and terror danced an intricate waltz. Nabu, the god of wisdom, lingered on the fringes of my mind, a ghost of a thought, a flicker of hope amidst the chaos. I had studied the tales, the epic of Gilgamesh, a king who sought immortality only to find that even heroes with the might of the gods could not escape the inevitable grasp of death. I remembered the haunting moments, etched in the clay of history, the fear of mortality and the longing to be remembered. And then there was Tammuz, the dying god, a tragic figure caught in a web of love and loss. I could see him, fragile and beautiful, longing for a world that had turned its back on him. I felt his pain, his spirit trapped in an endless cycle, a reminder of the darkness that lingers even in the brightest of hearts. Tammuz was not just a story, he was a reflection of a struggle that coursed through my veins, a battle with shadows that whispered, "You are not enough." I remember the night of the festival, a cacophony of laughter and song, the vibrant colors of life clashing with underlying melancholy. Yet, even as the people celebrated, I stood apart, haunted by visions of the past, ghosts flickering at the edges of my consciousness. I could hear them, the voices of the fallen, mingling with the joyous cries. The laughter felt like a mask, a thin veil hiding the abyss. "Do you see the gods?" I whispered to no one, feeling foolish, the words slipping from my lips like secrets best kept. "Do you hear their cries?" A figure emerged from the shadows, Kalia, a girl with dreams as wild as the desert winds. Her spirit shimmered like the stars, but those eyes held storms. Kalia believed in the myths, she clung to them like they were a lifeline, her heart tethered to the stories of old. She was both fierce and fragile, a paradox of emotion that echoed the turmoil of the world around her. "Do you think they care?" Kalia's voice trembled, a delicate thread woven with hope and despair. "Do you think they weep for us?" And in that moment, I felt the weight of her question crush me. I remembered the tales of Ishtar, the goddess of love and war, who descended into the underworld, stripped of her power, stripped of her light. I could see her, bare and broken, searching for something lost, much like us, wandering this earth, seeking solace amid chaos. As the night deepened, the air thickened with unspoken words, a heaviness that wrapped around us like a shroud. I could see the flickering candles, the shadows dancing on the walls, and I wondered if the gods were watching, if they felt the heartbeat of humanity pulsing through the stories we told. The tension simmered, building like a storm ready to unleash its fury. I felt it in my bones, I could not escape it. The city held its breath as if waiting for the gods to descend, and in that silence, I knew something was about to shatter. The clash of metal rang out, sharp and jarring, a sign of the inevitable confrontation between the divine and the mortal. I watched as Kalia's eyes widened, a mixture of fear and defiance flooding her expression. "We cannot let them forget us," she cried, clenching her fists. But who was we? I felt my thoughts spiral, confusion swirling like a whirlwind. The gods and mortals, were they intertwined or eternally separate? I could hear the echoes of their stories, the weight of their choices pressing down on us. Our lives were like clay tablets being inscribed with the narratives of our struggles, each moment imprinted with emotion, a desperate yearning for legacy. "Remember us!" I shouted into the dark, though I knew the enormity of the void would swallow my cry. Each moment I lived was a word written in dust, soon to fade. But still, I clung to the hope that even as we danced with despair, there was beauty in the struggle. The looming confrontation grew closer, an unseen force tightening its grip on our fate. Kalia stood at the edge of the ziggurat, staring into the abyss, a fierce determination igniting within her. "If they forget, we will remind them." The force of her words pulsed in the air, a challenge thrown into the heart of the gods. And I felt it then, a surge of strength, a shared heartbeat resonating between us. I remembered the tales that painted the sky in vibrant hues, that breathed life into ancient stone. The moment hung like a suspended breath, heavy with the weight of unshed tears and unfulfilled dreams. This was not merely a clash of deities, this was a struggle for our very essence. The clamor of the city faded into a distant murmur, and I stood, heart pounding, caught in a moment where myth and reality intertwined. The gods and their stories were alive, pulsing with our fears and dreams, and as the storm broke overhead, I understood, this was just the beginning. And from that place, in the void between despair and hope, we would rise. The night hung heavy with silence, a taut string ready to snap, and in that oppressive stillness, Clara felt the weight of the world pressing against her chest. She stood at the precipice of the festival grounds, her heart thudding like a war drum, echoing the chaos brewing inside her. The air was thick with the scent of incense and something more primal, fear, perhaps. A whisper of dread curled around her ankles, tethering her to the ground as the flickering lanterns cast shadows that twisted like wraiths in the corners of her vision. "Why am I here?" she whispered, her voice barely breaking the stillness. The question hung in the air, a gossamer thread of desperation weaving through the tapestry of the night. She had come to honor the divine, to join in the celebration of light and life, but tonight felt different. Tonight, the shadows were alive, and the festival was a mask worn too tightly over a rotting face. Behind her, Jonah stumbled into the light, his breath ragged, eyes wild with the fire of a man haunted by his own demons. "Clara," he gasped, urgency pouring from him like a tidal wave threatening to drown them both. His hands were trembling, fingers twitching as if they carried the weight of unspoken prayers. "We need to go. Now." She looked into his eyes, and in that moment, she recognized the abyss staring back at her. Jonah was not just a friend, he was a scarred warrior, the kind who fought battles long before the dawn of the festival. "What's happened?" she pressed, already knowing the answer but needing to hear him say it, needing to anchor herself in the reality she had tried so hard to escape. "I saw them," he He breathed, the words falling like stones between them. The priests, Clara. They're not here to celebrate. They're here to claim. It was as if the very ground beneath her quaked, an earthquake of realization. The festival, once a vibrant celebration, now felt like a funeral dirge, and Clara was the unwilling mourner. Claim what? He met her gaze, and the truth flickered like the lanterns overhead, a cruel joke that twisted her stomach. Us. They're going to offer sacrifices. The lantern swayed, casting eerie shapes that danced across their faces, and in that moment, Clara remembered the stories, the old tales whispered in hushed tones. Sacrifices were not just relics of the past, they were blood-soaked echoes, vibrating through the annals of time, and she had unwittingly stepped into their grasp. The night had become a shroud, wrapping around her, suffocating the last shreds of hope. Run, she breathed, the word clawing its way from her throat, a raw, desperate plea. But something deeper held her in place. It wasn't just fear, it was a twisted sense of duty, a primal instinct that tethered her to the ground. We can't, but the realization settled in her bones, a cold dread that vibrated through her very being. Clara! Jonah shouted, his voice splintering the darkness, but it only made her heart race faster. She turned, and the festival stretched out before her, a grotesque spectacle of merriment against a backdrop of impending doom. People danced, oblivious to the storm brewing beneath the surface. Their laughter rang hollow, each note a taunt against their impending fate. Then, through the crowd, she saw him. The high priest, cloaked in darkness, his presence a black hole drawing the light from the festival. His eyes gleamed with a cold, predatory glint, and Clara felt the air grow colder. This was a man who thrived in shadows, who spoke of the divine while wielding death like a weapon. The weight of his gaze bore down on her, a reminder of the fragility of existence, a reminder that in this world, joy was just a mask worn over despair. I can't let them take you, Jonah said, his voice low, trembling with emotion as he grasped her shoulders, grounding her. We have to fight. We can't let them have the power over us. But what did he mean by that? The thought flickered in her mind. Fight against what? The divine? The very essence of the festival was wrapped in a fragile illusion, and the truth was a beast lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce. Clara's heart raced, thudding against the cage of her ribs. She wanted to scream, to rage against the cruelty of fate, but all that escaped was a ghost of a whisper. How? What do you mean, how? Jonah's eyes widened, desperation etched in every line of his face. We stand together. We make them see us. And in that moment, something shifted within her. The weight of doubt began to lift, replaced by a flicker of defiance. Together, she echoed, the word igniting a spark in her chest. Maybe they could turn the tide. Maybe the festival could be more than a facade of fear, maybe it could become a declaration of their existence. As they stepped deeper into the chaos, the laughter morphed into a cacophony of noise, a dissonant symphony that clawed at their sanity. Clara felt the heartbeat of the festival pulse through her, a rhythm that matched the storm inside her, a storm of hope and terror. They moved through throngs of people, faces painted in colors so vivid they hurt to look at, bodies swaying like reeds in a tempest. But in the back of her mind lingered a question, gnawing at her resolve: what price would they pay? Each step felt like a dance on the edge of a knife, and yet, Clara's resolve hardened. She could not let fear dictate her fate, not tonight, not ever. With every heartbeat, the festival transformed around her, a tapestry woven from threads of chaos and fear, hope and defiance. The drums beat louder, echoing through the night, and amidst the shadows, Clara and Jonah found their rhythm, a rhythm that promised to shatter the silence, to illuminate the very darkness that sought to consume them. With the weight of the festival pressing upon them, every breath became a battle cry, every heartbeat an echo of defiance. They were more than mere participants, they were warriors in a sacred dance against the encroaching darkness, and as they stepped forward, the festival's true nature began to unfurl, ready to consume them whole. The confrontation was inevitable, and so was the catharsis that would follow, the clash between light and shadow, between the sacred and the profane. And just as Clara felt the embers of rebellion igniting within her, the skies above began to shift, their cosmic dance mirroring the turmoil below. Time twisted, and in that fleeting moment, she understood the festival was more than celebration. It was a crucible where souls would either burn bright or be extinguished forever. So they pressed on, into the heart of the storm, where the divine awaited, where the shadows whispered promises of both salvation and destruction. They were ready to seize their truth, to reclaim their existence in the tangled web of fate, as the festival surged around them, a living, breathing testament to the chaos of life itself. The wind howled through the ruins, a ghostly lament that wrapped around me like a shroud. Shadows danced on crumbling stones, whispering secrets of a time when gods walked among mortals. I stood there, heart racing, feeling the weight of ancient eyes upon me, as if the very essence of Acadia seeped into my bones. There was no escape from the pull of that history, from the shadows of Gilgamesh and Enkidu, from the flickering echoes of laughter and sorrow. In the dim light of twilight, I saw her, Maya, her face etched with lines of worry, clutching an old tablet like it was a lifeline. The very object that had ignited her obsession with Akkadian mythology now felt like a stone pressing on her chest. "Do you see it?" she whispered, fervor and fear merging in her voice. "It's all connected. Gilgamesh, the flood, the divine, it's all a warning." But her eyes, wide and searching, were not looking at me. They were scanning the horizon, as if she expected something, or someone, to emerge from the gathering dark. Then there was Eli, standing a few paces away, arms crossed, his skepticism like a fortress against the rising tide of Maya's fervor. He scoffed at the very mention of the epic, dismissing it as mere myth. "It's just stories, Maya." Dusty tablets and drunken scribes, he spat, but in his eyes lingered a flicker of doubt. I could sense it, a crack in his bravado, the tremor of unresolved conflict. What haunted him wasn't just the disbelief but the fear that perhaps there was truth hidden in those tales, truth that could shatter his carefully crafted world. The air crackled with tension, every breath heavy with unspoken words. I could almost hear the echoes of those ancient chants, the rhythm of the universe resonating through time. What if it's not just stories? Maya's voice cut through the silence, raw and unyielding. What if the gods are still here, watching us, judging us? We are the descendants of those who defied them, and they won't forget. A shiver coursed through me. It was a thought I had toyed with, but now, presented with her fervor, it felt tangible, like the press of cold metal against skin. The shadows deepened as Eli scoffed again, but this time the laugh was hollow, echoing against the stone. I felt the pulse of fear in the air. What if he was wrong? What if the ancient deities lingered, their wrath waiting to descend upon those who dared to ignore their legacy? The city around us felt alive, breathing with the weight of history, each crumbling wall a testament to the hubris of mankind. Time collapsed in on itself, a spiral of moments that blurred my senses. I remembered the tales of old, the monstrous Tiamat, the deluge, the birth of creation from chaos. Could those realities still feast on our ignorance? A tremor ran through Maya's hands as she unrolled the tablet, the ancient cuneiform symbols glaring up at us like a challenge. "They bathed once a year, you know," I said, trying to lighten the mood, but the irony sank like a stone in the dark. "So yeah, romance was earthy," I chuckled nervously, but the tension only thickened. Maya's eyes bore into me, searching for understanding, while Eli's skepticism morphed into a defensive posture, his arms tightening around himself as if bracing against a storm. "What if we're the echo of their mistakes?" Maya pressed, her voice a tremor. "What if we're living in the aftermath of their wrath?" My heart raced. The cosmos felt too vast, the shadows too deep. I wanted to laugh at the absurdity, at the notion that we were mere pawns in a cosmic game, but the laughter caught in my throat. Eli shifted, unease rippling through him. He couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps, just perhaps, the stories were warnings. Suddenly, the wind shifted, carrying with it the scent of rain, rich and heavy. It was a storm brewing, a storm that could wash away the sins of the past, or drown us in them. I remembered the floods of Gilgamesh, the chaos that had swallowed entire cities. Were we not standing on the precipice of our own deluge? Maya's gaze flickered to the horizon, her breath quickening. "They took our fear and turned it into stories," she breathed, the urgency in her voice slicing through the thickening air. "They warned us about our hubris, but we've become arrogant. We've forgotten." Eli scoffed again, but his bravado wavered. And what? We start sacrificing goats under the full moon. We chant in ancient tongues. There was a wildness to his laughter, but even he couldn't hide the tremor of uncertainty. I felt it, too, the weight of history pressing us down, a legacy that refused to be forgotten, a cycle that threatened to repeat itself. We might as well, Maya shot back, her voice rising, cracking like thunder against the backdrop of the gathering storm. Because if we ignore this, if we pretend it doesn't matter, we're doomed to repeat it. The first drops of rain fell, splattering against the stone, a punctuation mark in the gathering chaos. The ruin seemed to pulse with ancient energy, the remnants of gods watching, indifferent, or perhaps amused by our plight. I could feel the air thickening, charged with a static energy that sent shivers racing down my spine. Maya stepped forward, her hands reaching out as if to touch the very essence of the past. What if they're watching, Eli? What if we are the stories that will be told for millennia to come? His silence spoke volumes, the weight of his disbelief crumbling like the stones around us. I felt it too, the urgency, the fear, the longing to connect with something greater than ourselves, something that had once wielded power and now lurked in the shadows, waiting to reclaim its dominion. The rain fell harder now, each drop a reminder of fragility, of the ephemeral nature of existence. In that moment, surrounded by ruin and myth, I felt time slip away, caught in the web of ancient tales that wove through the essence of the universe. As the shadows deepened and the storm raged around us, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were caught in a cycle, a loop of history echoing through the ages. The very essence of Akkadian mythology clung to us like a ghost, whispering secrets of glory and doom, urging us to remember, to confront the legacy that was ours to bear. The confrontation loomed like a storm on the horizon, shattering the fragile barrier between past and present, and in that moment, the dread and anticipation intertwined, pulling us toward the unknown that awaited just beyond the veil. The wind howled like a banshee, slicing through the night, carrying whispers of ancient gods and forgotten tales. In the shadows of a crumbling temple, two figures stood hunched, hearts racing, each breath a fogged window into their souls. Tolia clutched the stone tablet, her fingers trembling against the worn surface, the cuneiform symbols digging into her skin like a lover's desperate grasp, urging her to remember. She had read the words, felt the power thrumming in her veins, a call, an echo from a time when gods walked among men and myths shaped destinies. Beside her, Eli's eyes were wide, haunted by dreams that felt like memories. What if they're watching us? He whispered, a tremor in his voice, a child lost in a world too vast, too monstrous. What if we awaken something we can't control? The shadows seemed to press in, listening, breathing with them, encircling them in a dark embrace where every heartbeat felt like a sacrilege. I remember the stories, Tolia said, her voice low, brushing against the air like a caress. The tales of Gilgamesh, the flood, the search for immortality. It all leads back to this. She pressed the tablet against her chest, feeling the weight of the world shift, the burden of ancient knowledge settling like a shroud. What if we're part of it now? What if our lives are woven into the fabric of the past? Eli shivered, the chill sinking into his bones. He thought of the legends he'd heard growing up, his grandmother's voice weaving through the air, recounting the epic battles and divine interventions, the haunting fates of those who dared challenge the gods. You think it matters? You think we can change anything? His voice cracked, revealing a vulnerability that made Tolia ache. We're just dust. Fleeting. But Tolia was relentless, the fire in her eyes igniting a passion that blazed against the encroaching darkness. Dust is all we've ever been. But we carry the weight of our ancestors, the echoes of their dreams and nightmares. They lived and died for something. Can't you feel it? The pulse? The connection? She stepped closer, the hairs on her neck prickling with the sensation of unseen eyes watching, judging, waiting. He turned away, staring into the darkness, where the temple's ancient stones held secrets like a mother cradling her forgotten children. I don't want to be part of their tragedy, he murmured, the fear in his heart clashing with the thrill of discovery. I want to be free. To live without chains. But how could one escape the chains of history, of mythos that bound them like iron shackles? Tolia felt the truth tugging at her soul, a melody of fate that refused to fade. But what if freedom lies within understanding, she urged, desperation lacing her words. What if we can find our own place in this tapestry, not as victims but as creators? Then, a rustling in the shadows, the sound sent a jolt through them both. They turned, eyes wide, hearts pounding like war drums. A figure emerged, cloaked in darkness, the air around him crackling with an energy that sent shivers down Talia's spine. "You seek the truth?" he asked, his voice a low growl that echoed through the temple, reverberating against the stone like a prophecy. "You desire to wade through the mythos and emerge unscathed." Eli swallowed hard, the weight of the moment pressing against his chest, suffocating. "Who are you?" he dared to ask, his voice a mere whisper, trembling on the edge of fear. "I am but a messenger," the figure replied, stepping closer, the shadows clinging to him like a shroud. A remnant of the Akkadian echoes that still linger, haunting the hearts of men. "You stand on the precipice of destiny, children of a new era, yet you are shackled by the old tales. Why fear what you are meant to inherit?" Talia felt the air grow thick with tension, the weight of unsaid truths pushing against her. "What are you saying? What do we inherit?" The words hung heavy, loaded with the promise of anguish and revelation. "The myths you hold dear are not mere stories," he replied, eyes glinting with an eerie light. "They breathe. They live. They want to be remembered. And in your remembrance, they can shape the future or destroy it. Choose wisely." Eli's mind raced, caught between the allure of knowledge and the fear of its implications. "But why us? Why now?" He felt like a marionette caught in a web of strings, manipulated by forces far beyond his comprehension. "Because," the figure stepped closer, the shadows swirling like smoke, "your souls resonate with the echoes of their pain and joy. The Akkadian myths are the roots of your Abrahamic faiths. You cannot sever the bond. You must understand the darkness to find the light. You must confront it." Talia felt the words wash over her like a wave, pulling her deeper into the ocean of myth and meaning. "What if we fail?" she breathed, the question slipping through her lips like a prayer to the void. "Failing is part of the journey," he whispered, his voice laced with ancient sorrow. "But to remain ignorant? That is a fate worse than death." The air crackled, charged with an electricity that thrummed through her bones. Talia realized the weight of it all, the choices, the histories, the destinies that intertwined like vines in a forgotten forest. Behind the figure, shadows danced, flickering between the realms of the known and the unknowable, teasing them with glimpses of what lay ahead. Her heart raced, a drumbeat of determination. "Then tell us," she urged, the words bursting forth like the morning sun breaking through the night. "Tell us how to understand, how to live within this legacy without being consumed by it." A smile ghosted across the figure's lips, a chilling promise of both revelation and terror. "You must awaken the myths within you. Only then can you rewrite the narratives that bind your souls." And with that, the shadows closed in, the world around them transforming into a tapestry of light and darkness, where every choice echoed with the weight of history, every heartbeat resonating with the myths that shaped their very existence. A heavy silence loomed in the air, thick like an impending storm. The moon hung low, a thin sliver cutting through the night, casting long shadows that whispered secrets of ancient powers. Mary stood at the edge of the crumbling cliff, her heart a wild drum in her chest, echoing the tempest brewing inside her. The ocean roared below, waves crashing like the fury of gods unleashed. "What do you want from me?" she screamed into the void, her voice swallowed by the wind, but the question danced back, mocking her. Behind her, Elian paced in restless circles, the weight of his own fears pressing down like chains. He was a warrior, yet here he felt like a child, lost and afraid. "I can't let this happen," he muttered, fingers trembling as they grazed the hilt of his sword, a relic of battles fought in the name of honor. Yet, what honor was there when the very structures that defined their lives were crumbling? A fleeting memory haunted him, his mother, fierce yet tender, weaving tales of gods and goddesses, their strength, their dominion. "Women are the weavers of fate," she had said, eyes aflame. But what about the threads that were cut, the stories untold? Maris's thoughts were a chaotic storm. She remembered the day she was told she must choose. not between love and duty, but between her identity and the confines of gender roles that sought to bind her. You are meant to be passive, the elders had insisted, their voices heavy with expectations. Let men fight for glory. But they didn't understand. Her soul was afire, hungry for freedom, wild and untamed. She could feel the rage bubbling inside her, a phoenix longing to rise from the ashes of tradition. How can you stand there? She shouted at Elian, eyes blazing. How can you accept this? We are not pawns in a game of gods. We are not merely vessels. Her voice cracked with emotion, each word a jagged piece of glass. She needed him to see, to understand that the legends they revered were not simply stories, they were shackles that strangled the very essence of who they could be. But Elian's gaze was cast downward, the weight of his own battles pressing heavily on his shoulders. What do you want me to do, Meris? His voice was a whisper, a fragile thing, breaking under the pressure of her fury. I am bound by my duty. I must protect you. She laughed, a harsh, bitter sound that echoed against the cliffs. Protect me? Or protect the lie? We're caught in a narrative spun by hands that don't even know our names. What good is protection when it comes at the price of our freedom? The truth of it was visceral, clawing at her throat. She felt the sharp edges of despair, the pulsing realization that they were trapped in a cycle, a never-ending tale of power and subjugation. Meris's heart raced as she thought of her sister, whose laughter echoed in the hallways of their childhood, now silenced by the weight of obligation. I remember the night we danced under the stars, she whispered, voice barely above a breath. We were untouchable then, free, full of dreams. What happened to that girl? Tears stung her eyes, hot and relentless. Elian took a step closer, the distance between them electric, a shimmering tension that threatened to ignite. That girl is still inside you, Meris. She's waiting, his voice cracked, his own echoes of memory clawing at him. He remembered the warmth of his father's embrace, the lessons etched in time, men are strong, women are nurturing. But where was strength without the nurturing of a fierce heart? Where was nurturing when it came at the cost of one's voice? Don't you see? Meris cried, fists clenched, nails digging into her palms, grounding her in the storm. We're the embodiment of every story ever told. Every woman who fought against her chains, every goddess who wielded power amidst the chaos of the universe. We are not to be written into the margins, we must be the ink that bleeds through. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, stark and brilliant. In that moment, as shadows danced on the cliffs, the truth struck them both, they were caught in a tempest not just of nature, but of their own making. The very myths that shaped their lives were shifting beneath their feet, crumbling like the cliff itself. Elian's resolve cracked, splintering like fragile wood. But what if the price is too high? The question hung heavy between them, a chilling breath of fear. What if fighting means losing each other? Meris's heart clenched, visions of her sister's silence, laughter clashing with Elian's anguished gaze. Isn't that the cost of living authentically? She whispered, her voice trembling, vulnerable. To lose the shadows that bind us. Another flash of lightning, another roar of thunder, as if the universe itself was responding to their pain. She could feel the world shifting, the boundaries of myth and reality blurring, the air charged with electricity, heavy with the weight of forgotten stories. I remember, she began again, her voice rising, the way the ancients spoke of women, fierce and powerful, wielding destiny like a sword. They didn't cower, they forged their paths. With each word, a fierce passion ignited in her. Elian, we can write a new tale. One where our voices sing together, where we are not just players in a game but the architects of our own legends. The wind howled, echoing her defiance, a song of rebellion against the oppressive silence. But the moment hung, suspended in the air, fraught with tension. Could they confront the gods of their past? Could they rewrite the narratives that sought to bind them? I don't know if I'm ready, Elian murmured, the fear in his voice palpable. Ready or not, we must try, Meris pressed, her heart racing with the urgency of 1,000 storms. We owe it to ourselves, to every story left untold. The echoes of their conflicting desires reverberated through the night, and as the waves crashed below, a whirling tempest of anxiety and passion engulfed them both. They stood at the precipice, on the brink of a transformation that could shatter worlds or forge new ones, entwined in a dance of fear and hope, poised to confront the ancient ghosts that lingered, watching, waiting, whispering their secrets. And in that very moment, under the darkened sky, the tides of fate shifted, as they faced the tempest together, hearts racing, souls ablaze, caught forever in the throes of a story yet unfinished. The night was heavy with an unsettling stillness, the kind that clings to your skin and seeps into your bones. Shadows danced across the cracked walls of the ancient city of Nipper, flickering like the last breaths of a dying flame. I stood there, heart racing, as the air crackled with an invisible tension, a promise of chaos lurking just beyond the corner. The city seemed to whisper, "This is it. Everything is spiraling toward a moment you cannot escape." I felt it in my bones. Fate was a beast lying in wait, its breath hot against my neck. In the marketplace, the scent of spices mingled with the stench of dread and despair. I remember the faces of the merchants, their smiles strained, eyes darting to the horizon where the dust stirred ominously. They sold their wares, but what they truly traded was illusion, a fragile hope that destiny would be kind. I clutched the amulet around my neck, a talisman of protection, yet it felt like a hollow promise, like trying to catch smoke in my hands. There was Marduk, a once proud warrior, whose laughter now echoed with a bitter edge. "What is the point of these gods?" he spat, eyes wild with disillusionment, grasping his sword like a lifeline. "They play with us like puppets, we're nothing but shadows on their stage." He raged against the wind, but I saw the truth buried beneath his anger. He was terrified of being nothing more than a pawn in a game he could never hope to win. And then, there was Ninsen, a seer, a dreamer, with her hair like nightfall cascading down her shoulders. She wandered through dreams that spoke of destinies entwined and futures unspooled like threads in a forgotten tapestry. "The stars tell stories," she murmured, her voice soft yet firm, the kind of sound that wraps around you like a warm blanket on a cold night. "But what if they're liars?" That haunting question hung in the air, punctuating the silence, digging deep into my heart. In the shadows of the temple, where priests chanted prayers to the gods, I felt the weight of the world pressing down. Fate and destiny were not just abstract concepts here, they were living entities, tangible and cruel. I remember the stories, how Ishtar defeated the forces of chaos, yet even she was bound by the whims of the cosmos. Fate wasn't a path, it was a labyrinth, each turn leading to despair. And I, caught in the web, trembled at the thought. "Do you believe?" Marduk asked me one evening, his voice raw and heavy, as if the weight of his question could shatter stone. "Do you believe that our lives are written in the stars?" I wanted to scream, to tell him that belief was a curse, a gilded cage. I wanted to say that dreams were not maps, they were traps, drawing us deeper into the abyss. But instead, I remained silent, lost in the churning chaos of my thoughts. "Every choice we make," Ninsen whispered one night, her eyes reflecting the shimmering stars above, "is a thread woven into the fabric of fate." Her sentiment was beautiful yet tragic, a bittersweet melody that twisted my gut. I felt the truth of her words, but I also felt the weight of doubt creeping in, gnawing at the edges of my resolve. Were we merely actors, reciting lines crafted by divine hands? Could we ever escape the roles laid out for us? The moment came crashing down like a thunderclap. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, the harbinger of fate, a spectre who whispered promises of doom. The atmosphere thickened, and I heard my heart pounding in my ears, drowning out everything else. Marduk lunged forward, fueled by a primal instinct to protect, but the harbinger raised a hand, freezing him in place. "You think you can fight destiny?" it hissed, a voice like rusty chains dragging across stone. "You are but dust in the wind, and the gods are deaf to your cries." In that moment, time unraveled, the air shimmered with possibilities, a kaleidoscope of futures spiraling out of control. I saw Marduk's rage, visceral and raw, a wolf cornered, desperate to break free. I saw Ninsen, eyes wide with the weight of her visions, as if she were standing at the edge of an endless chasm, daring to leap into the unknown. And then, I saw myself, caught between them, heart pulsing with fear, love, and an aching desire to reclaim our fates. The silence shattered like glass, and Marduk roared, "I will not bow. I will carve my own path." His defiance was a fire, igniting something deep within me. I felt my own heart surge, a desperate yearning to join him, to break the chains that bound us to the heavens. Destiny wasn't a straight road, it was a tempest, chaotic and fierce, and the only way to survive was to fight, to rebel against the invisible tide. Ninsen stepped forward, her voice steady as she reached for the stars. "Then let us forge our own destiny," she declared, a rallying cry that echoed through the night. The cosmos seemed to respond, stars flickering like a heartbeat, each pulsation a reminder that our choices mattered, that we were more than mere pawns. But even as hope surged, a shadow loomed over us, dark and ominous. The harbinger tightened its grip, the air thick with dread. "You dare challenge the gods," it hissed, and I felt chills race down my spine. It was a reminder that fate is not easily defied, nor is destiny simply rewritten. In that moment, I grasped the truth that the Akkadian beliefs had whispered through the ages. Fate and destiny were intertwined, an eternal dance of light and shadow. And as the night stretched on, I knew we stood at the precipice of our own saga, a tale of heartbreak and rebellion, of dreams shattering and reforming, like glass swept into the storm. The ground quaked beneath us, and even as the spectral fingers of the harbinger reached for our throats, I felt the weight of our resolve rise like a phoenix. With every heartbeat, every breath, we were no longer mere spectators. We were players in a game as old as time, our souls entwined in the fabric of the universe, ready to confront whatever fate had in store. The night pulsed with a primal energy, a promise that nothing would remain untouched by our choices. And somewhere, deep within the darkness, the stars whispered, a haunting echo of the destinies yet to be forged. The air crackles with tension, each breath a gasp of disbelief. In the heart of a storm, the sky hurls its fury. Lightning splits the blackened heavens, illuminating the silhouette of a colossal figure, Tiamat, the primordial chaos personified, magnificent and terrifying. She stands, an ocean of destruction, waves crashing like thunder against the rocky shores of her existence, a goddess born from chaos, yearning for peace, or perhaps for annihilation. I can feel the weight of her wrath, a living pulse of fury that reverberates in my bones. I remember the moment before the world splintered. I was there, gripping the cool stone of the temple, eyes wide, heart angry and afraid. I am Nurgle, a warrior caught between duty and desire, the blood of my ancestors coursing through my veins like fire. I look to my brother, Marduk, the destined hero of our people, his face a mask of determination, yet beneath it lies a flicker of doubt. How can one hope to tame a dragon born from the void? He holds the relic, the weapon forged from the remnants of stars, eyes alight with the promise of glory, but his grip trembles. Do you feel it? Marduk whispers, his voice barely rising above the storm. The chaos, it's alive. My heart races, and I nod helplessly. I fought battles, faced armies, and monsters, but none of them compare to this. Tiamat's presence is a living nightmare, swirling shadows that tease the edges of our sanity. In her dark embrace, I sense the desolation of countless souls, lost, forgotten, consumed. I remember the stories told around flickering fires, the myths draping our history in mystery and dread. Tiamat, the mother of all monsters, her body a canvas of despair, her heart a tempest. I can almost hear the echoes of her children, the fearsome beasts born from her chaos, whispering secrets in the wind. They were fierce, wild, and untamed, yet they bore the burden of their mother's rage, a legacy of pain and longing. Suddenly, a tremor ripples through the ground, pulling me back. The storm shrieks, a cacophony of anguish, as Tiamat's gaze pierces the veil of night. She is a tempest of emotions, anger radiating from her depths, sorrow pooling at her feet like a tide of lost hopes. I find myself yearning for her understanding, an impossible connection amidst the chaos. Can we reason with her? I ask, my voice cracking in the face of despair. Or must we fight? Marduk's eyes flash, a mixture of courage and fear. To reason is to invite madness. She knows no mercy. And yet, how merciful is this world, where we are mere shadows chasing the light? The clock ticks louder in my chest, counting down to a confrontation that feels as inevitable as dawn breaking over the horizon. I can feel the weight of my decisions, the lives that hang in the balance, and the love I've left behind. The city beyond the temple sleeps unaware, lulled by the soft lullabies of normalcy while chaos brews like a tempest just beyond. I remember the last time I saw her, the fleeting smile of my beloved, her laughter echoing in my mind like a haunting melody. But that was before the call of destiny pulled me into this maelstrom. I have to do this, I whisper to myself, clenching my fists, reminding myself of the stakes. The future hangs by a thread, and I am both the weaver and the fraying end. As the storm rages, I catch a glimpse of Tiamat's eyes, galaxies swirling within their depths, an eternity of pain. In that moment, I understand her. She is not merely chaos, she is a mother mourning her lost children, a creator torn apart by her own design. There is beauty in that turmoil, a reflection of the world's rawness that I cannot help but respect. The shadows around her pulse, dark tendrils writhing like lost souls seeking redemption. I can almost hear their cries, the yearning for a release that echoes through the ages. And there, beneath the chaos and destruction, lies a flicker of hope. Perhaps there is a way to bridge our worlds, to quell the storm instead of slaying the stormbringer. Marduk, I breathe, desperation clawing at my throat. What if she hears us? What if she wants peace, but we are too blinded by fear to see it? His resolve falters, eyes narrowing as he weighs my words. The air thickens between us, as if the storm itself holds its breath, waiting for the decision that could change everything. The relic hums with energy, a siren's call to battle, yet I wonder if true strength lies not in the clash of swords but in the reaching out, in the understanding of a creature who has lost everything to chaos, just as we have. But before he answers, the thunder rumbles, a warning or a promise. Tiamat rises, the very embodiment of fury, ready to unleash her wrath upon the world that has dared to forget her. The moment hangs like a fragile thread, poised to snap. Chaos swirls, and I find myself standing at the precipice, teetering between rage and empathy. Time stretches like a taut string, and I can feel the heartbeat of the universe echoing around us, an ancient rhythm that transcends the chaos. We are but moments in the grand tapestry of existence, and yet here we are, two brothers, two destinies, facing a primordial force that beckons us to dance with fate. I remember the stories of old, the great battles, the heroes who fell and rose again. But this time, the story is not one of conquest. Perhaps it is one of understanding, of healing the wounds of a world torn apart by fear. As I gaze into the abyss of Tiamat's gaze, I know this moment will change everything. We are on the brink, and the storm rages on, unyielding and fierce, as the clock ticks down to the inevitable clash of creation and chaos. The air crackles with anticipation, thick as the shadows that swallow the streets of Nipper under a waning crescent moon. I stand at the edge of life's brutal theatre, where the stage is set, and the actors, weary gods and restless mortals, are caught in a tragic dance of death and rebirth. The ground trembles beneath my feet, echoing the pulse of the cosmos, a heartbeat that thrums with the weight of old stories, of Enlil, of Inanna, of the perpetual cycles that govern us all. A scream pierces the night, raw and jagged, and my heart quickens. She is here. Inanna, the fierce goddess wrapped in the flesh of humanity, her spirit a cauldron of passion and rage. I remember the first time I saw her, her laughter a silver bell, her ice-twin suns igniting the darkness. But tonight, she is shadowed, haunted by the spectre of her descent. A fevered urgency pulses through her as she stands before the gates of the underworld, the shimmering threshold between life and death, past and future. "Let me in," she demands, her voice a mixture of steel and silk. But the gatekeeper, a figure of stoic inevitability, shakes his head, a silent confirmation that some doors, once closed, remain so. "Do you not understand?" she cries, desperation clawing at her throat. "I have to return. My people need me." The ripples of her plea reverberate through the air, heavy with the stench of decay and the weight of unfulfilled promises. The shadows around us seem to listen, to hold their breath, as though the very fabric of existence is poised on the edge of a blade, waiting for the next move in this cruel game of fate. But there's another, one caught in the weave of this tapestry, Gilgamesh, the king, swaggering through life like a stubborn bull, yet internally crumbling like ancient ruins. His heart aches, a familiar pain, as he watches Inanna fight against her fate, his heart, a prisoner of his own hubris. He remembers the days they roamed together, laughter spilling like wine, the world at their feet, yet now the weight of the past clings to him like smoke. "You can't return," he shouts, the words tumbling from his lips, fueled by a mix of love and fear. "You cannot defy the darkness. It will consume you." But Inanna spins around, eyes blazing, and the cosmos itself seems to tremble. "You? You dare tell me what I cannot do?" She steps closer, and the air thickens with unspoken truths. "You who sought immortality at the bottom of a river? You who found nothing but the echo of your own failures? I remember the river, how it glimmered like liquid memory, every ripple a whisper of dreams unfulfilled. Gilgamesh, once invincible, now a shadow of his former glory, grapples with the truth that stings worse than any blade. And I am there, in the shadows, feeling every heartbeat, every shudder of realization wash over him. The confrontation ignites a tempest within me, a fierce blend of sorrow and hope. Inanna, unyielding, embodies the struggle of every soul caught between the desire for life and the inescapable pull of death. "I will not be silenced," she vows, her voice aflame against the encroaching darkness. "I will rise again, and when I do, the world will tremble at my feet." The night shifts, twisting with anticipation, as the air thickens with the scent of rain and ash. The stars bear witness to this primal clash, shimmering specters of fate. But Gilgamesh's heart, once as vast as the heavens, feels small beneath the weight of her defiance. And what of the cycle? He pleads with a raw desperation that pierces through the night. What of the balance? His words hang in the air, heavy with the scars of their past. I can almost hear the ticking of a clock, each second amplifying the tension, the relentless march of time, the unyielding cycle of death and rebirth. The cosmos beats with a rhythm that feels both eternal and fleeting, a melody of chaos and order. But Inanna stands firm, the embodiment of a storm. "The cycle will not break me. I am the rebirth, the renewal. I am the blood that flows through the veins of the earth." Each word erupts from her, a primal scream of defiance against the cosmic order. Her pain radiates, a palpable force that thrums in my chest. And in that moment, I feel the universe shudder, as if the very fabric of existence is being torn asunder. Gilgamesh, caught between admiration and fear, takes a step back, the weight of his own choices bearing down upon him. "But what if it is all for nothing?" he murmurs, his voice a ghost of hope. "What if you return only to find the world has changed?" A silence envelops us, thick and suffocating. Inanna's gaze softens, and for an instant, I glimpse the vulnerability behind her fiery facade, the loneliness of a goddess burdened with the weight of her people's dreams. "Then I will change with it," she replies, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the darkness. "The cycle does not dictate who I am. I am both the void and the spark. I will forge my path." The energy shifts, crackling with unspent potential. In that moment, I feel the tension unfurl, a spiraling dance of fate and choice, of love and despair. It's a dance long remembered, one that echoes through the ages, a reminder that the rebirth of one can lead to the renewal of all. But the clock ticks louder now, each tick a heartbeat, each talk a reminder that time waits for no one. Shadows flicker in the corners of my vision, twisting, swirling, as if mocking our fragile hopes. And I know, deep within, that the confrontation is far from over. As Inanna steps forward, determination etched into her very being, I sense the looming darkness edging closer, a palpable reminder of the cycle that binds us all. The moment stretches, a taut string pulled to its limit. Gilgamesh watches, caught in his own turmoil, the storm within him raging against the impending night. And so we stand, three souls entwined in a battle against fate, each heartbeat a reminder of the cycles we cannot escape, each breath a desperate gasp for renewal. The darkness whispers, beckoning, while the light flickers, dancing on the edge of oblivion, echoing the eternal question, what will be the price of rebirth? And as the shadows loom closer, I know this moment will haunt me forever, a reminder that the cycle of life and death is unending, that every ending is but a new beginning, every farewell a promise of return. The boundaries blur, and the story continues, a loop that pulls us into the next chapter, where hope and despair are forever intertwined. The air crackled with tension, a moment suspended in time, as the shadows of the ancient ziggurat loomed over the trembling figure of Ishtar. She stood, an embodiment of both love and war, her heart a cacophony of sorrow and resolve. The dark clouds rolled ominously above, threatening to spill forth the kind of rain that could wash away the sins of ages and drown the cries of the innocent. She could almost hear the distant echoes of her heartache in the thunder, each rumble a reminder of the battle she fought, not just against the enemies of her city, but within herself. "Why do you hesitate?" came the voice of Gilgamesh, rough and grating like stone against steel. His face, half lit by the flickering torches, revealed the weight of the kingdom he bore on his broad shoulders. With every heartbeat, she felt the energy between them, a current charged with unspoken words, the sacred and the profane intertwined. They stood at the precipice of something monumental, the choice to embrace or to flee, and the night was heavy with the scent of fear and longing. "I remember the day the city fell. The cries of my people, the taste of ash on my tongue," she whispered, her voice trembling like the wings of a wounded bird. "I remember the faces, the eyes wide with terror, their hope extinguished." The memory washed over her like a tidal wave, crashing against her resolve, pulling her down into the depths of despair. She felt the weight of the past pressing upon her chest, a shroud of grief that she could not shake. Yet here they were, on the brink of battle, the world outside their thoughts as chaotic as the storm brewing above. Gilgamesh, with his fierce loyalty and unyielding spirit, was both a comfort and a torment. "You cannot let them take your heart. You are Ishtar, goddess of war, the embodiment of strength," he growled, his frustration palpable, the kind of frustration that made her want to scream and laugh all at once. But strength had its price, it was a double-edged sword, and she could feel its sharpness cutting into her very soul. "And yet, what is strength without compassion?" she countered, her voice barely a whisper, a confession wrapped in vulnerability. Would she be remembered, a legend or a ghost, lost to the annals of time, or would she be the one who chose to love rather than destroy? Would she become a faded memory, a mere footnote in the grand tapestry of existence? The storm raged, and as lightning split the sky, illuminating the ziggurat's ancient stones, the moment became a crucible of their fears. Each flash revealed the shadows of their past, the scars of their choices. "You know what is at stake, Ishtar?" Gilgamesh pressed, his voice like a hammer driving a nail into their shared fate. "You cannot let the darkness consume you." Darkness, she had danced with it more times than she could count. It whispered sweet nothings in the dead of night, it wrapped around her like a lover, both intoxicating and suffocating. "I don't know if I can fight it," she admitted, the admission an open wound. "It feels like an abyss, and every moment spent fighting is another moment I could be resting in its embrace." "Then rest later." His voice cracked, raw with emotion, the kind that could only come from a heart battered by love and loss. "Fight now. The city needs you. I need you." Those words clung to the air thick with the weight of their meaning, the raw desperation of a man who had seen too much death and yet stood ready to face more, a paradox of hope and terror. Ishtar felt a tremor ripple through her, something ancient and primal awakened in the depths of her being. The shadows danced around them, the cries of her ancestors reverberating, urging her to find the strength she thought lost. But the memories, the lost love, the haunting loneliness, clung to her like a shroud, a reminder of every moment she had chosen to stand aside instead of stepping into the light. "Very well," she said, her voice steadying with each passing second, the storm outside a mere backdrop to the storm within. "If I am to fight, then I will fight for them and for myself." A resolve buried deep stirred, and with it came the ghosts of those lost to time. The echoes of their stories, great battles and tender moments, spoke louder than the thunder. They filled her with a fire, a fierce reminder of why she had been born of the cosmos, forged in the crucible of stars and shadows. Gilgamesh's hand found hers, an anchor in the chaos, tethering her to the present. "Together then. Always together." The words wrapped around her heart, a promise that shimmered like the afterglow of dusk. In that moment, the ziggurat became more than a structure, it became a sanctuary of hope where the past and the future collided, a sacred space where they could create a legend of their own. But the storm outside was a harbinger, a warning, and the air was thick with the scent of impending doom. They could feel it, a pulse vibrating through the ground, a tremor of foreboding. Somewhere in that dark abyss lay the remnants of a world that could be destroyed, and yet, within their grasp, the potential to weave a new tale, to rise from the ashes of despair. Let them come, Ishtar whispered, her voice ignited with fierce determination. Let them come, for we will be ready. We will not be forgotten. The storm howled, swirling around them, echoing their defiance, and for the first time, she felt the weight of the world lighten, if only just a little, as they prepared to face the darkness together. Caught in the tempest of their emotions, the night enveloped them, and the stars blinked in distant acknowledgement, the cosmos itself holding its breath, waiting for the moment when myth would once again intertwine with reality. And as the first raindrop fell, heavy and promising, they knew the battle had only just begun. The night shivers, a cold breath from the abyss. My heart races as I clutch the crumbling tablet in my hands, the weight of millennia pressing against my chest. Each groove, each faded line, pulses with the stories of gods and men, lost souls yearning for remembrance. I remember the first time I found it, hidden under layers of dust, as if history itself had been waiting for me to uncover its secrets. Yet, now, standing in this darkened room, the silence is deafening, thick enough to choke on. Are you sure about this? Lila's voice, a fragile whisper, cuts through the thick air. Her eyes glint with a mixture of fear and excitement, a mirror to my own turbulent emotions. She's always been the cautious one, tethered to the ground while I float among the stars, obsessed with the echoes of a world that once was. What if we don't find what we're looking for? Isn't that the thrill? I respond, half laughing, though my heart quivers. It's not about what we find, it's about the unraveling. My fingers trace the glyphs like a lover's caress, yearning to awaken the dormant tales, the battles, the lamentations, the very essence of what it meant to be human. These stories need to breathe again. They demand it. But does it matter? The weight of history presses down, and I can't shake the feeling that we're merely ghosts chasing shadows. The Akkadian myths, tales of creation and destruction, hold a power I can't fathom. They are not just stories, they are the blood and bone of an ancient civilization. The stories of Gilgamesh, of divine battles, of man's eternal struggle against fate, are alive, waiting to be told. Yet here I am, a mere mortal, staring into the abyss, wondering if I'm doing justice to their legacy, or if I'm merely digging up bones to dance within a macabre ball. Lila takes a breath, and for a moment, I think I see her resolve hardening. We can't just play with these things. They belong to a time we can't touch. Her voice trembles, and I can hear the unshed tears in her throat. What if we awaken something that should remain buried? The shadows flicker as if they can hear her words, an ancient warning lingering in the air. My heart beats louder, a drum echoing the pulse of time. I remember the stories my grandfather told me as a child, the gleam in his eyes as he recited the epic tales, the horror of the flood, the beauty of creation. The past is our guide, Lila. It's not just history, it's a map. We need to reconstruct it before it's lost forever. Don't you feel it? But Lila's gaze drifts, lost somewhere in the dark, and in that moment, I know she's battling her own demons, the ghosts of doubt and regret. I see it in the way her fingers fidget with the edge of her shirt, the way her lips press into a thin line, fighting against the tide of uncertainty. I remember the stories, too, she whispers, her voice trembling with a blend of nostalgia and dread. But they were just stories. Nothing more. We can't bring them back. Can't we? I challenge, fire igniting in my veins. Aren't we the sum of our stories? The echoes of our past shape who we are. If we let them fade, what becomes of us? Outside, the wind howls like a lost spirit, rattling the windows. I feel the energy shift, the weight of forgotten gods and long-lost dreams pressing against me, urging me to fight, to remember. I can almost see them, resplendent and terrible, looming in the corners of the room, hungry for their tales to be told. My pulse quickens, a crescendo of urgency. I have to push forward. But then, the shadows begin to dance, twisting in ways that feel like mocking laughter, a band of phantoms delighting in the chaos of our confusion. A figure emerges, a silhouette that blurs the line between reality and myth. I blink hard, and in that flash, I see her, Inanna, the fierce goddess, her eyes glowing with the weight of fate and fury, an ancient power reborn in the flickering candlelight. "Do you dare to call upon me?" she whispers, her voice a symphony of thunder and silk. "To resurrect the forgotten?" to weave the past into the fabric of your existence. My breath catches, caught between reverence and terror. We're just trying to understand, I stammer, but deep down, I know the truth. Understanding isn't enough. I want to wield their stories, bend them until they serve me. Lila stumbles back, eyes wide, fear morphing the color from her cheeks. This isn't right. We're trespassers. Her voice rises, a desperate plea against the might of the divine. I want to reach for her, to pull her back into the fold of our mission, but the pull of the goddess is too strong, her voice a siren call echoing through the ages. Life and death are threads in the same tapestry, Inanna continues, each word laced with unearthly power. To preserve the myths is to confront the chaos of existence. Will you stand in the storm, or will you cower in the shadows? The storm rages within me, swirling emotions clashing like titans. I remember the joy that comes with storytelling, the magic that bridges the gap between the past and the present. The thrill of discovery, the whispers of forgotten tales begging to be retold. And yet, I remember the pain of obsession, the loneliness that clings to the heart when time slips away like sand through fingers. I want to embrace it, I answer, my voice steadier now, filled with defiance. I want to make the myths live again. Then be prepared, Inanna's voice reverberates, shaking the very foundations of my being. For the stories are not just words. They are the essence of life, beautiful and terrifying. And with that, the shadows take form around us, swirling like a tempest, wrapping us in a tapestry woven from the fabric of dreams and nightmares, the weight of ages pressing against our souls. I can feel the tension crackling in the air, the unspoken conflict between humanity's desire to control its destiny and the wild, untamed power of the universe. The confrontation is upon us, a tempest of emotion, doubt, and ferocity. The air electrifies with possibility, and I can feel Lila beside me, her fear mingling with my resolve, a shared heartbeat in the chaos. Together, we stand at the precipice, ready to confront the echoes of the past and to reclaim the stories that are ours to tell. But as the storm swirls and the shadows beckon, I sense the weight of a question lingering in the air. Are we heroes or fools?